Hello. Hello, hello. Oh, I never started my PNG tuber. Whoops. There. May I? There I am. Hello. How's everyone doing? Got a couple people in chat already. Sundays tend to be kind of quiet, but that's fine. Tonight I wanted to play the Stanley Parable, which is, at this point, like a 15-year-old game, wow. So this is a game I've known about for almost as long as it's been out. All right, currently watching a friend's cats while he and his wife go camping. Nice. Woke up at like almost 1 and I've barely started my day, and now it's like 4. Well, that's still an okay day, I think. I've known about the Stanley Parable for a really long time, and I know about it because like fucking PewDiePie played it. So I must have been really, really young when I first heard about it. And it still keeps getting referenced everywhere. So I already kind of know how this game works. I already kind of know some of the endings and like a lot of the commentary on it, obviously. It's like ever, the consequence of staying up till 1 a.m. Yeah, it's like that sometimes. Yeah. So I already kind of know what this game is about, but I've never personally engaged with it. So I decided, fuck it, let's do it on stream. I already played a little bit yesterday, just to kind of get a vibe for how well this would play on stream. I think it'd be fun. I think it'd be fun if after every ending, we like try to really discuss and analyze what that ending means, you know? Like, what does it mean for this to happen? What does it mean for it to be portrayed like this? Not even sure when I first heard of the Stanley Parable. Maybe when I watched the Game Grumps? Yeah, I remember it being like, I think like a Gmod thing. Like a source engine mod. And then it got like a real release later and it was like, huh? Didn't this already exist? At the time I didn't even really know what source engine games were. I hadn't played Half-Life or anything, I didn't have a PC. I could only really engage with the video games through like my Nintendo DS or like watching things on YouTube. So yeah. Hang on, I got some shit in my eye. Ugh. Yeah, I'm gonna go wash my face real quick. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back from cleaning shit from my eye. I played the original version once. It's super different visually, and I think one of the endings references the old visuals without acknowledging that that's what you're seeing. I've always known a fair amount about it, but then I got Ultra Deluxe and played it a bit, but never really felt pushed to see everything. It's neat, but I think maybe 15 years later it's a bit overhyped. Video games are kind of weird, and they're so young as a medium. The things that would be considered trite in other mediums are like groundbreaking in video games. I think that's kind of true if we're talking about shit like fucking David Cage games, you know? I think that's true if you're talking about like Heavy Rain, which got like really heavy praise when it came out, and like nowadays is seen as this like weird fucking bit of detritus from a previous age of gaming, right? Like back when video games were trying really hard to be movies. I don't think that's true of the Stanley Parable. I think the Stanley Parable is actually that good. I think it is actually worth fucking sitting through and understanding. I think it's worth engaging with it and like gaining a deeper appreciation for video games. Um, I'd compare it to like funny games. Rather, I compare funny games to the Stanley Parable because they're kind of doing similar things, right? In that they're trying to demonstrate how a part of their medium works, right? The Stanley Parable, I think, is a video game that is about exploring narrative agency as a protagonist and how that works in the context of video games. What is satisfying, what feels good. I do think video games are good at laying their internals bare, and that's kind of what makes Stanley Parable so good. Exactly, right? Like it's trying to demonstrate something to you about player agency and how that works in a narrative in a video game. And I think it's sort of similar to Michael Haneke's Funny Games in that movie is trying to demonstrate something about violence in media, about violence especially in film, how it gets enacted, to whom, and how violence is constructed to like feel good and satisfying, and what that means, I think. Right? Like it tortures this family for like an hour so that the wife can shoot a guy, and you're like, yes, fuck yeah. And then that guy is like, no, no, you don't get your fun catharsis ending. Now what? I love that movie. It's so good. You should go watch Funny Games by Michael Haneke. Michel Haneke? I don't know how to pronounce his name. There's like a billion ways to pronounce Michael in European languages. Whatever. I have to cut the music and play the game, I think. Um, the Stanley Parable is that bitch. The Stanley Parable is good as fuck, actually. It's kind of fun to try to connect like the Stanley Parable to Undertale because it's kind of doing a similar thing, but Undertale tries to demonstrate it through video game violence as well, right? Like who gets to be an agent, who gets to have determination. Oh, there. Nope. Oh, oh. Okay. that work? Yes. Please enter the current time. Great. You set the actual time and not just 12 o'clock. For a minute there, I was worried that you weren't taking all of this seriously. You've proven me wrong. Of course, I guess I have no way of knowing whether 10:09 p.m. is even the correct time. For all I know, it could actually be 12 right now. Tell you what, let's use another slider to get to the bottom of this. How accurate is 10:09 p.m.? Well, it was accurate when I entered it, but now you've wasted a minute. Now, can I just say, regardless of the accuracy of the clock, I'm having a great time adjusting these settings. I feel like I'm learning more about you and how you like things to be set. It's good to collect data. I wish we had more sliders, but we've gone through all the sliders I have. Perhaps I can invent some new sliders to gather new data on you. Shouldn't be too hard. Yeah, let me whip a couple new ones up. Should be ready by the next time you boot up the game. Isn't it fucking great? This game is fucking fantastic. I do kind of wish I knew how to, like, erase my save data completely. So we're just gonna have to ignore some stuff. Because I often see people, when discussing video games as art, say stuff like, I don't care about the story, I just care about the gameplay. But I think this game plays strongly on the way you can drop in and out of the narrative experience. Yeah, the gameplay is the narrative, right? They are interlinked. They are not separate things that you should or
story of a man
are able to judge separately.
Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy.
I think what's especially...
And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened. This complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
Burp jump scare. The narrator is like constantly yapping in this game. I don't know how much you'll be able to say anything. I have played a couple of the endings, so I'll just yap through them. I think it's also important to consider the context that this game came out in like 15 fucking years ago. Gamers were really intent on player freedom. They really wanted player freedom. And this game kind of comes out and is like, what does that mean?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
That's what I'm fucking saying.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single difference, nor did it advance the story in any way.
Like, stuff like that, right? Like, players love interacting with the environment. And the game can tell you it doesn't advance the story, but, like, that's also information, that's also feedback, right? There's so much shit going on in this. It's so good. I hate Mondays. Plant. What kind of plant is this anyway? No idea. Let me in. We're gonna ignore that door for a while. This game has loads of freedom while also making you feel like you're on a strict railroad. It's such a cool way to do it in a way that makes you feel rebellious, yeah.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Like, this is not a fresh installation, no. I've already played the regular ending, and then the new content door opened up, and it was like, okay, we're gonna ignore that.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
How to solve a dispute with a coworker. Let it ball up inside you. Take it out passive-aggressively on other coworkers. Resent coworkers for not supporting you more. Using slides to assure employees that everything is okay. Make sure that your slide has a slick blue graphic in the header, and throw some bevel on the all. Fuck. Everyone is unique. You most of all. I love that there's like 2 body types there. Number of slides in this slide. Charts and slides. Slides. Everything's a slide though, so it should all be charts and slides, right? Rate at which charts in the same slide depict the same information. Rate of increase in graphs per slide. Please more charts. No more charts. No. Do people want things? Happy feelings. Violet James, you were fired. Money, more money, things, but with money to buy more things. Graphs. Graphs about things and money. We have our new product. Awesome. So lots of little details that I don't particularly care about, but I like them. Do not alter without consulting whiteboard manager. R.I.P. Franz? Oh my god.
Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here, so he turned around and got back on track.
Like, he tells you that there's nothing here, right? But him telling you things is content.
There was nothing here. No choice to make, no path to follow, just an empty broom closet. No reason to still be here.
But I'm getting new content. You're giving me new things, right? You're giving me feedback, right? Everything in this game
Baffling that Stanley was still
gives
just
you
sitting
feedback.
in the broom closet. He wasn't even doing anything. At least if there was something to interact with, he'd be justified in some way. As it is, he's literally just standing there doing sweet FA.
I'm gonna ignore the broom closet for now.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
The broom closet ending is one of the more interesting ones, yeah. To be rich. Is it a crime to commit crimes? Isn't it rich? What a life it would be to have to pick just one. I haven't seen the broom closet ending. I know about it though. Right, but like every fucking little thing in this game gives you feedback in the form of a very angry man. Wish there was a zoom button though. I can't read this tiny text. Not that well. Business time. Really? Huh. That's different.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled,
My
Stanley
awesome
wondered
piano
in
playing.
disbelief who orchestrated this. What dark secret was being held from him? What he could not have known was that the keypad behind the boss's desk guarded the terrible truth that his boss had been keeping from him. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this. Yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code by sheer luck. Amazing. He stepped into the newly opened passageway.
I'm gonna just do like the standard ending first, I think. There's a lot of incredibly funny stuff that I found just by fucking around.
Descending deeper into the building, Stanley realized he felt a bit peculiar. It was a stirring of emotion in his chest, as though he felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job. Why did he feel this now, when for years it had never occurred to him? This question would not go unanswered for long.
So, already, right, just on the standard route where you follow orders, you are following orders, right? Like, okay. The game starts by telling you that you are Stanley and your job is to push buttons, and then suddenly the commands stop and you're given player freedom, right? But through the standard route, once you get to the fucking once you get to the fucking boss's office, he literally gives you a set of numbers to input on a device. It's so on the nose, I love it.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
And here it just kind of reinforces that, right? Oh, look, a button on a desk. There's even a desk chair and everything.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out? Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed.
What does that
Each bore the
say?
number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
It's really overt and obvious all the time in a way that was new at the time.
This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe.
It still feels good. I like this. I'm sorry, this is good.
Under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason
This shit is evergreen, I think.
that his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly?
I think it does it better than Undertale,
He
actually.
refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable. Wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
The standard route is where the narrative about Stanley matters the most. It's kind of textbook ludonarrative dissonance, and it's very effective at stripping away the facades that need stripping away really quickly. Yeah, it is extremely on the nose. That bit at the boss's office is like yelling at you, "Hey, look, you're pushing buttons. You're pressing buttons that you're told to do." Just like at the start of the game. And here he'll do it again.
And when at last he found the source of the room's power, he knew it was his duty, his obligation, to put an end to this horrible place and to everything it stood for.
This is the part where I started feeling like actually awful,
And a
though.
rising
Like,
chill of
God.
uncertainty. Was it over? Yes. He had won. He had defeated the machine, unshackled himself from someone else's command. Freedom was mere moments away. And yet, even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him, for it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand,
Yeah, the
but to
soundtrack is
let go.
great.
No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will be his. And that was all he needed to know. It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door.
Like that last line, Stanley stepped through the open door. Did he? Do I want that? I feel awful when he says it like that. I hate it. Oh my god, it makes me feel gross. You're like, what's that house over there? Oh, what's with these gardens over here? I'm gonna
Stanley felt the
choice.
cool breeze
It's
upon
just
his skin, the
straightforward.
feeling of liberation, the immense possibility of the new path before him. This was exactly the way, right now, that
It mirrors
things
your
were
first
meant
choice,
to
but you can't
happen.
take this one back. Yeah, exactly.
And Stanley was
The
happy.
moment you cross the threshold, the controls stop doing anything. You yourself are left to look at your keyboard and notice that you've been pressing buttons on the screen. Yeah, right. Like, it gives you freedom narratively, but it is the most stripped back possible. It is a cutscene. You don't get to choose anymore, right? Okay, let's discuss. So, I think this is pretty straightforward, right? Like a narrative about freedom that you can only obtain through following orders, a thing which explicitly within the narrative it is trying to tell you you are no longer doing, right? But you are following orders, you are following the exact text of the narrative. There is no such thing as player freedom in this narrative. It's all been laid out before you. It's all the choices the narrative wants you to make. The narrator literally tells you to make, right? So, that. Um, I'm gonna turn down the graphics settings a bit. My fans are being a bit noisy. Um, I think it contrasts really, really well with all the other choices that you were able to make, right? It strips back very basic idea of narrative agency in a linear narrative. The only way to be free in here is to not be free. It's so simple, it's literally so obvious, but it's so fun about it all. Yeah. It's very straightforward. It tells you
All of
exactly
his
what this game is
co-workers were
about, I
gone.
think.
What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single difference, nor did it advance the story in any way.
One fun detail about the sound design, every time you like press a interactive button that isn't like interacting with anything, it makes like a key press noise. This is what Stanley sounds like. Input received.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
So now we're gonna do the polar opposite, right?
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Ah, yes, truly a room worth admiring. It had really been worth the detour after all, just to spend a few moments here in this immaculate, beautifully constructed room. Stanley simply stood here, drinking it all in.
One left a cup of coffee. Cold drinks. I want cold drinks.
Yes, really, really worth it being here in the room.
Yes.
A room so utterly captivating that even though all your co-workers have mysteriously vanished, here you sit looking at these chairs and some paintings.
This is where I realized that like a lot of the environments in this game are some like r/liminal spaces type shit. Like this is beautiful.
Point, Stanley's obsession with this room bordered on creepy.
Does it?
Reflected poorly on his overall personality.
What?
It's possible that this is why everyone left.
What do you fucking mean?
But at last, he'd had enough of the amazing room and took the first open door on his left to get back to business. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Part is also fun.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me, I'm asking for her.
But this part is also interesting, right? Like, you are explicitly going against the wishes of the narrator, right? And then you get put back on an on-rails thing. You are still being railroaded.
This is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself. To put your work aside. To let her back into your life. She's been waiting.
It's also, I think, about the way a narrative will, like, moralize not following directions, right? To tug at your heartstrings, to make you feel like, you know, it is your obligation to follow directions from the narrative.
That's her, Stanley. You need to be the one to do this. To reach out to her. If you can truly place your faith in another, then pick up the phone.
And it's still the same number, right?
Hold on, sweetie. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm just pulling the bread out of the oven. All right.
Still your same numbered office. It's so on the nose. I love it.
Come in and tell me all about
your day. Gotcha. Oh, come on. Did you actually think you had a loving wife who'd want to commit their life to you? I'm trying to make a point here, Stanley. I'm trying to get you to see something. Come inside. Let me show you what's really going on here.
Oh, I can go back.
Sorry, but you're in my story now.
Oh.
This is a very sad story about the death of a man named Stanley. Stanley is quite a boring fellow. He has a job that demands nothing of him, and every button that he pushes is a reminder of the inconsequential nature of his existence. Look at him there, pushing buttons, doing exactly what he's told to do. Now he's pushing a button. Now he's eating lunch. Now he's going home. Now he's coming back to work. One might even feel sorry for him, except that he's chosen this life. But in his mind, he can go on fantastic adventures. From behind his desk, Stanley dreamed of wild expeditions into the unknown, fantastic discoveries of new lands. It was wonderful, and each day that he returned to work was a reminder that none of it would ever happen to him.
I think this ending is also trying to comment a little bit on how video games are played by the audience, right? What video games are to the audience. Every day you come home from work and you press buttons on command from the video game, right?
And so he began to fantasize about his own job. First, he imagined that one day while at work, he stepped up from his desk to realize that all of his co-workers, his boss, everyone in the building had suddenly vanished off the face of the earth. The thought excited him terribly.
Especially at the time, video games were constructed in a way where they tell you what to do in a way that would feel like freedom. Especially around when this game came out. It is directly commenting on that type of narrative.
So he went further. He imagined that he came to 2 open doors and that he could go through either. At last, choice. It barely even mattered what lay behind each door. The mere thought that his decisions would mean something was almost too wonderful to behold. As he wandered through this fantasy world, he began to fill it with many possible paths and destinations. Down one path lay an enormous round room with monitors and mind controls. And down another was a yellow line that weaved in many directions. And down another was a game with a baby. And he called it the Stanley Parable. It was such a wonderful fantasy, and so in his head he relived it again, and then again, and again, over and over, wishing beyond hope that it would never end, that he might always feel this free. Surely there's an answer down some new path, mustn't there be? Perhaps if he played just one more time.
I think also this ending is like one of 2 times when there's a woman in the story that I know of. And this one's an object. This one is an object that it's used to tug at your heartstrings, right?
But there is no answer. How could there possibly be? In reality, all he's doing is pushing the same buttons he always has. Nothing has changed. The longer he spends here, the more invested he gets, the more he forgets which life is the real one.
This one is kind of like a hate letter, not only to video games, but to escapism in its entirety. Kind of reminds me of those normal people, creative people comics you were posting with the other day. Yeah. It did feel, especially when I played it yesterday, when I was just kind of in a sour mood already, it felt mean. It felt very, very mean.
And I'm trying to tell him this, that in this world he can never be anything but an observer, that as long as he remains here, he's slowly killing himself. But he won't listen to me. He won't stop. Here, watch this. Stanley, the next time the screen asks you to push a button, do not do it.
feel like this ending is also just it it starts to lay bare a little bit the inverse of the normal route, right? Where the normal route is all about following orders to get to a specific direction, and then this route is starting to kind of lay bare the fact that this is also a way of following directions by simply doing the opposite. And if you get something out of that, the game is constructed to give you things for it. I'm gonna
You
play a
see,
third ending that
can he
like
just not
really,
hear me?
really
How can I
makes
tell
that
him
its
in a
point.
way that he'll understand that every second he remains here, he's electing to kill himself? How can I get him to see what I see? How can I make him look at himself? I suppose I can't, not in the way I want him to. But I don't make the rules. I simply play to my intended purpose, the same as Stanley. We're not so different, I suppose. I'll try once more to convey all this to him. I'm compelled to. I must. Perhaps, well, maybe this time he'll see. Maybe this time. And I tried again, and Stanley pushed a button. And I tried again, and Stanley pushed a button. And I tried.
To be fair, those two women are also the only two characters besides Stanley and the narrator. At least I think so. Yeah. They're the only characters besides Stanley and the narrator, and one of them kind of gets her own narrative, her own little mini narrative that's similar to Stanley's, and the other one is literally a prop. I think it's a little bit intentional, at least.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Wow, yes, this room. What a beautiful room. What a gorgeous, gorgeous room. Thank goodness Stanley had taken this detour on his way to the meeting room. Life without having experienced this room was now too horrible even to consider. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
There are some paths where the narrator isn't mean. Yeah.
And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
Okay, I do want to think a bit more about that ending we just played, because it's very much you're going off the beaten path, and the game is attempting to moralize your decision to do so. And then it keeps getting more and more mean about video games as a form of escapism. Right. It's very odd, the way that it ends, the specific way that it ends. There's a third woman who's only a voice, but at least she acts instead of merely observing. Interesting. I don't know about that ending. This ending is very fun. What I'm getting now.
But Stanley didn't want to go back to the office. He wanted to wander about and get even further off track.
True.
So now in order to get back, he needed to go, from here, it's, left. Oh, no, it's to the right, my mistake. No, not the right. Why would I have ever said it was to the right? What was I thinking? It's clearly... Oh dear, would you hold on for a minute, please?
Confusion ending is so good. Yeah.
Now, let's see. We went down right, left, down, left, right. Yep, okay, yes. I've got it now. This story is absolutely, definitely this way. No. This isn't right at all. You're not supposed to be here yet. This is all a spoiler. Quick, Stanley, close your eyes. Okay. We just have to get back to,
Pirate.
Who am I kidding? It's all rubbish now.
Fired.
Story completely unusable. How about, rather than waste my time trying to salvage this nonsense, we'll just restart the game from the beginning. And this time, suppose we don't wander so far off track, Okay, from the top. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley... Wait, what? No, I restarted. I swear I definitely restarted the game over, completely fresh. Everything should be... Oh, did something change?
This is where it gets
Did
fucking
you change anything
backrooms
when we were
shit.
back in that room with all the
Like,
monitors? Did you move
if
the
there wasn't a
story somewhere,
narrator,
or-
oh my god, I would love this shit.
Why am I asking
Hello,
you?
Pigeon
I'm the one who
Master.
wrote the story. It was right here just a minute ago. I know for sure that it's here somewhere. Okay then, it's an adventure. Come, Stanley, let's find the story.
Look at this shit. If there wasn't a narrator in my ear fucking constantly yapping at me, I would love this so much. But thankfully it's the Stanley Parable and it's already good.
I'll say it. This is the worst adventure
No,
I've
this
ever
is
been on.
literally
I can promise you,
good.
There definitely was a story here before. Do we need to restart the game again? Well, I find it unlikely that we'll ever progress by starting over and over again, but it's got to be better than this. Okay, let's give it a shot. Why not? All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. Okay, yep, it's worse. I might be remembering this wrong. It's possible the story is back where we just came from. Why don't we go back the other direction and see if we missed anything? Aha! I knew we'd miss something. The story. Here it comes. No, wait, never mind. Not the story. Okay, let's head back the other way and retrace our steps.
Love this fucking room. It's so cool.
Now this... Well, I'll be honest, I don't recognize this place at all. Is this the story? I don't think so. I can't quite recall, but I believe my story took place in an office building. Is that correct? Do you remember, Stanley? Well, do you know what? Since I've completely forgotten what we were supposed to be doing, how about this? You win! Congratulations! I know you put in
When I
a
want to
lot of
adventure
work.
orange,
You
but my
really paid
beach
off.
player wants to
Good
adventure
job.
blue.
Oh, no, I don't feel right about this at all. We both know you didn't put in any actual work for that win. Some people win fair and square, and this was not
Yummy
one of those
snack.
situations.
Yay!
Okay, I'm getting weirded out by whatever this place is. I don't care what might happen this time.
Yummy
I have to
Slurpee.
restart.
Ah, yes.
All right, I've got a solution. This time, to make sure we don't get lost, I've employed the help of the Stanley Parable Adventure Line. Just follow the line. How simple is that?
Okay.
You see? The line knows where the story is. It's over in this direction. Onward, Stanley, to destiny. Though, here's a thought. Wouldn't wherever we end up be our destination, even if there's no story there? Or to put it another way, is the story of no destination still a story? Simply by the act of moving forward, are we implying a journey such that a destination is inevitably conjured into being via the very manifestation of the nature of life itself? Whoa. Hang on. That got a bit weird back there. Well, I'd like to apologize. Not sure where I was going with all that. You know what? I think what we need right now is a bit of music to lighten the mood.
Oh my god. Fuck. There we go. Huh, okay. Never mind that.
Wait, cut the music, go back and look at that fern. Stanley, this fern will be very important later in the story. Make sure you study it closely and remember it carefully. You won't want to miss anything. Wait, what? We're back at the office? No. Line, you do know we're looking for the Stanley Parable, right? The story? Is any of this ringing a bell? Oh, no, not again, Line. How could you have done this to us? And after we trusted you, after everything we've been through, you... Oh, I can't take this anymore. To hell with it. Restart. You know what, Stanley? I say forget the adventure line. What's it ever done for us? We're intelligent people, right? Why can't we make up our own story?
Yeah,
Something
why can't we make
exciting,
up our own story?
daring, mysterious.
Why won't you let me make up my own story? I want this one.
Why don't we simply start wandering in, well, I don't know. How about this direction?
But I want one of these doors. Okay, fine.
Now, yes, this is exciting. Just me and Stanley forging a new path, a new story. Well, it could be anything. What do you want our story to be? Go wild. Use your imagination. Whatever it might be, Stanley, I'm ready for it. Oh, no, not you again. Stanley, I'd also like to veto the line from having any role in our awesome new story. No lines or monitor rooms. Just don't acknowledge it, and we should be fine. Ah, a choice. We get to make a decision. From here, the story is in our control. How important we mustn't squander the opportunity. In fact, I believe I need a minute to think here.
Of course.
Just walk in circles for a minute. Okay, so I know that each door has to lead somewhere, which means that somewhere, the place where we're trying to go, there must be a reverse door that leads here. And that in turn means that our destination corresponds with the counter-inverted reverse door's origin. So starting from the right, let us ask, will taking the right door lead us to where we're going? And since the answer is clearly yes, then by all accounts, the door on the right is the correct one. Another victory for logic.
Yeah, that sounds
Come, Stanley.
good.
Our destiny awaits. Oh, hold up, what's this? The confusion ending. You're telling me that's what this is? It's all one giant ending? And we're supposed to restart the game, what, eight times? That's really how all this goes? It's all determined? So now, according to the schedule, I restart again. Then what? Am I just supposed to forget? Well, what if I don't want to forget? My mind goes blank simply because it's written here on this thing, wall. Well, who consulted me? Why don't I get to decide? Why don't I get a say in all of this? Is it really? No, it can't be. I don't want it to be. I don't want the game to keep restarting. I don't want to forget what's going on. I don't want to be trapped like this. I won't restart the game. I won't do it. I won't do it. I won't do it. And the timer stopped? Does that mean, did we do it? Did we break the cycle? The, whatever it is that made this schedule? How would we even know? Will someone come for us? Will something happen? So, okay. I guess now we just wait. You know, I suppose in some way that this is a kind of story. Wouldn't you agree? I'm not quite sure if we're in the destination or the journey, though they're always saying that life is about the journey and not the destination. So I hope that's where we are right now. We'll find out, won't we? Eventually. Well, in the meantime, if you do...
So, the confusion ending. I really like this one. This one, I like that it ends on you finding the fucking plan for the confusion ending. Like, you have to go way off the beaten path multiple times. And, like, the fucking yellow line telling you where to go. It's still there at the end, right? Like, it comes back a little bit again, the yellow line. And then you get to the fucking confusion ending room. All of it was predetermined. All of it had to happen. There was a sequence of events that will take... There is a sequence of events that will take you to the confusion ending. Right? Every piece of this game is constructed to give you feedback, I think. The confusion ending is not actually off the beaten path. The confusion ending is one of the paths. The confusion ending is a way that the game can end. It's predetermined. It's also programmed, right? The noise and abrupt ending is very funny. Games, even though funny games doesn't do that at all. Yeah. The way the confusion ending looks like it keeps going, and then you go off the beaten path, and the game like corrects itself, right? It's like that part of funny games where he picks up the remote and just reverses the ending, right? Kind of. And then you go back to the start. I like that the fucking confusion ending also requires multiple quote-unquote restarts of the game to get there, as if you are actually breaking the game. It's the same kind of denial of catharsis right as you start to catch on. Yeah, right. I think the confusion ending is sort of about how so nothing after Restart 5 actually happens, right? I don't think so, no. I think it's just regular Stanley Parable
All of his
again.
co-workers were gone. What could
You
it
can
mean?
check.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Yeah, it's just regular Stanley Parable again. I think the confusion ending is about the Stanley Parable itself, for the most part. It's sort of telling you how this game works, where even if you go off the beaten path, you'll find the adventure line. And there is a path to follow that'll take you to an ending, right? It doesn't matter where you go, you'll find a destination. And this destination is one that reveals the farcical nature of the quote unquote freedom of this game. You can't go against this game's rules. It's impossible. And when the fucking narrator manages to stop the timer by just refusing to forget, the railroads are numerous and never ending. Yeah, exactly. He refuses to forget, and then the game restarts again. It's the game stopping itself from, like, going off the rails, isn't it? Oh, you fucked up the confusion ending. Now we have to actually restart the game for real. It's also about how, as long as there's story there, your freedom is still within the scope of the game. You can't have agency in a medium where the author must put down the rails for you to travel. One of my favorite things you can One of my favorite things is you can get out of bounds in one area, and instead of patching that, they made it another ending. You can't get out of the railing. Yeah. It's very, very meta. It's you do the normal ending, you do the opposite ending, and then you do the confusion ending, and then it's like, this is how this game works. This is a complete image. I'm now going to try and get an ending I haven't gotten before.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Hey, wait a minute. The fucking adventure line is still there.
The lounge was sublime, a work of art. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
I know there's gotta be
Stanley didn't
an
want to go
alternate
back
way
to
through the
office.
adventure
He
line.
wanted to wander about and get even further off track.
True.
So now, in order to get back, he needed to go, from here, it's, oh, no, it's to the right, my mistake.
That's fun.
No, not the right.
It like
Why
instantly
would I have
closes.
ever said it was to the right? What was I thinking? It's
That's
clearly...
like the red eyes in
dear. Hold
Undertale.
for a minute, please.
What?
Now, let's see. We went down right, left, down, left, right. Yep. Okay, yes. I've got it now. This story is absolutely, definitely this way.
I want to see what happens if I follow the adventure line up until the point where it diverts from where the normal route goes.
No. This isn't right at all. You're not supposed to be here yet. This is all a
I wish there was a
spoiler.
way to like
Quick,
skip
Stanley,
ahead,
close your
though.
eyes. Okay.
We've just seen this.
Back to,
It's just, I'm really curious if something actually happens.
rubbish,
It probably
man.
does.
The whole story completely unusable. How about, rather than waste my time trying to salvage this nonsense, we'll just restart the game from the beginning. And this time, suppose we don't wander so far off track,
When you do a pacifist run after a genocide, Frisk flashes red eyes while they're in bed at the end, and Creepypasta murders everyone. Or something, I don't know, I never beat Cians.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley... Wait.
It's like an internal mark on your save
No.
file.
No, I restarted. I swear I definitely restarted the game over, completely fresh. Everything should be... Oh, did something change? Stanley,
Creepy
did
Boston
you change
murders.
anything when we were back in that room with all the monitors? Did you move the story somewhere, or...
I wish there was a skip button.
Why am I asking you? I'm the
And the
one who
deluxe
wrote the
version
story.
curls a monkey
It's
paw
right
for
here just a
later.
minute
Oh
ago.
no.
I know for sure that it's here
I am
somewhere.
playing the deluxe version,
Okay,
yeah.
then. It's an adventure. Come, Stanley. Let's find the story.
Ba-ba-da-da-ba-da-ba. Ba-ba-da-da-ba-da-ba. Ba-ba-da-ba-da-ba. Ba-ba-da-ba-da-ba. Ikinika gazetta. Toshikami misetta. Hey, I've been here.
I'll say it. This is the worst adventure I've ever been on. I can promise you there
I would love to
definitely
map out
was
this
a story
area.
here before.
Like, it loops
we just-
around
Do we
somewhere.
need to restart the game again? Well, I find it unlikely that we'll ever progress by starting over and over again, but it's got to be better than this. Okay, let's give it a shot. Why not? All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. Okay, yep, it's worse. I might be remembering this wrong. It's possible the story is back where we just came from. Why don't we go back the other direction and see if we missed anything? Aha! I knew we'd miss something. The story. Here it comes. No, wait, never mind. Not the story. Okay, let's head back the other way and retrace our steps. Now,
I love this room.
well, I'll be honest, I don't recognize
Check
this
this shit
place at
out.
all. Is this the story? I don't think so. I can't quite recall, but I believe my story took place in
Gone.
an office building. Is that
Maybe
correct?
I can go back in there.
Do
If
you
I
remember,
don't,
Stanley?
go
You know
ahead.
what? Since
Wonder
I've
if something
completely forgotten
happens.
what we were supposed to be doing, how about this? You win!
Yay!
Congratulations! I know you put in a lot of hard work, and it really paid off. So
Now the real shit
good job.
happens.
Oh, no. No.
As soon as this guy
Don't feel bad about
finishes
this at all.
rambling.
We both know you didn't put in any actual work for that win. Some people win fair and square.
This
and
game is
this was
about
not one of
bullying
those
your
situations.
narrator dad.
Okay, I'm
I
getting
think.
weirded out by whatever this place is. I don't care what might happen this time. I
A lot of the
have
environments in this
start.
game are very pretty.
All right, I've got a solution. This time, to make sure we don't get lost, I've employed the help of the Stanley Parable Adventure Line. Just follow the line. How simple is that? No, I'm down. We're leaving it up to the line from now on.
Oh. I guess.
You see? The line knows where the story is. It's over in this direction. Onward, Stanley, to destiny. Though, here's a thought. Wouldn't wherever we end up be our destination, even if there's no story there? Or to put it another way, is the story of no destination still a story? Simply by the act of moving forward, are we implying a journey such that a destination is inevitably conjured into being via the very manifestation of the nature of life itself? Whoa. Hang on. That got a bit weird back there. Well, I'd like to apologize. Not sure where I was going with all that. You know what? I think what we need right now is a bit of music to lighten the mood.
Oh yeah. This is what I saw earlier. know if it works multiple times or if it's just a one-time trigger. Yeah. Lame.
Wait, cut the music, go back and look at that fern.
No.
Wait, what? We're back at the office? No. Line, you do know we're looking for the Stanley Parable, right? The story? Is any of this ringing a bell?
Yeah, I don't think anything is gonna happen. I was also at some point able to get it to work from both sides, but then it stopped. Okay, I'm gonna just sit here and get a new ending. How long do you have to sit here for something to happen? I wonder if that clock actually works. Okay, I'm going. Fuck it.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Okay. What have I done?
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Standing now in this incredible room, Stanley for the first time understood true happiness. Then the feeling went away, and he felt sad again. Then it came back, and lingered for a minute or two. Now it's only half there. Just a kind of, tingle.
The dialogue is different.
Yes, really worth it being here in the room. A room so utterly captivating that even though all your co-workers have mysteriously vanished, here you sit looking at these chairs and some paintings. Really worth it.
True.
At this point, Stanley's obsession with this room bordered on creepy and reflected poorly on his overall personality. It's possible that this is why everyone left. Stanley sat around waiting for more dialogue, but when a long time had passed and there was no more, he decided that the game was trying to send him a message. But at last, he'd had enough of the amazing room, and took the first open door on his left to get back to business. And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there. Oh no, no, not again. I won't be part of this. I'm not going to encourage you. I'm not going to say anything at all. I'm just going to be patient and wait for you to finish whatever it is you enjoy doing so much in this room. Please take your time.
Might take a while. I don't know if anything happens. Not for sure. I'm just saying that would be an amazing time to send snacks. This game is beautiful.
Yummy snack.
Yay! I love when my viewers tell me what to do. I think this maybe takes a full real life hour. Damn. Oh. Yeah, okay, not worth it.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. But Stanley just couldn't do it.
This is actually the
Consider
first ending I got when I
possibility of
played this
facing his
game.
boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. All of my co-workers blinking mysteriously out of existence in a single moment for no reason at all? None of it made any logical sense. And as Stanley pondered this, he began to make other strange observations. For example, why couldn't he see his feet when he looked down? Why did doors close automatically behind him wherever he went? And for that matter, these rooms were starting to look pretty familiar. Were they simply repeating? No, Stanley said to himself, this is all too strange. This can't be real. And at last, he came to the conclusion that had been on the tip of his tongue. He just hadn't found the words for it. I'm dreaming, he yelled. This is all a dream. Oh, what a relief Stanley felt to have finally found an answer, an explanation. His co-workers weren't actually gone. He wasn't going to lose his job. He wasn't crazy after all. And he thought to himself, I suppose I'll wake up soon. I'll have to go back to my boring real-life job pushing buttons. I may as well enjoy this while I'm still lucid. So, he imagined himself flying and began to gently float above the ground. Then he imagined himself soaring through space on a magical starfield, and it too appeared. It was so much fun, and Stanley marveled that he had still not woken up. How was he remaining so lucid? And then perhaps the strangest question of them all entered Stanley's head. One he was amazed he hadn't asked himself sooner. Why is there a voice in my head dictating everything that I'm doing and thinking? Now the voice was describing itself being considered by Stanley, who found it particularly strange. I'm dreaming about a voice describing me, thinking about how it's describing my thoughts, he thought. And while he thought it all very odd and wondered if this voice spoke to all people in their dreams, the truth was that, of course, this was not a dream. How could it be? Was Stanley simply deceiving himself? believing that if he's asleep, he doesn't have to take responsibility for himself. Stanley is as awake right now as he's ever been in his life. Now, hearing the voice speak these words was quite a shock to Stanley. After all, he knew for certain, beyond a doubt, that this was in fact a dream. Did the voice not see him float and make the magical stars just a moment ago? How else would the voice explain all that? This voice was a part of himself too. Surely, if he could just... He would prove it. He would prove that he was in control, that this was a dream. So he closed his eyes gently, and he invited himself to wake up. He felt the cool weight of the blanket on his skin, the press of the mattress on his back, the fresh air of a world outside this one.
The what if the mushrooms of Mario
Let me
are
wake up,
transcending? Yeah,
he thought
kind
to
of.
himself. I'm through with this dream. I wish it to be over. Let me go back to my job. Let me continue pushing the buttons. Please. It's all I want. I want my apartment, and my wife, and my job. All I want is my life exactly the way it's always been. My life is normal. I am
The
normal.
burper. I mean, that's what
Everything
people
will
come
be
here for,
fine.
right?
I
You're not here for
am
the games. You're here for the belly
okay.
and for the birds. And occasionally I say something smart.
Stanley began screaming. Please, someone, wake me up. My name is Stanley. I have a boss. I have an office. I am real. Please, just someone tell me I am real. I must be real. I must be. Can anyone hear my voice? Who am I? Who am I? And everything went black.
Hello, Frostbitten445.
This is the story of a woman named Mariella. Mariella
We have
woke up on
found
day
a
like
second
any other.
woman.
She arose, got dressed, gathered her belongings, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. And although she would soon turn to go call for an ambulance, for just a few brief moments, she considered the strange man. He was
I
obviously
swear last time I
crazy,
did this
but
ending
this
she was
much
wearing a
she
purple
knew.
suit.
Everyone knows what crazy people look like. And in that moment, she thought to herself how lucky she was to be normal. I am sane. I am in control of my mind. I know what is real and what isn't. It was comforting to think this, and in a certain way, seeing this man made her feel better. But then she remembered the meeting she had scheduled for that day, the very important people whose impressions of her would affect her career, and by extension, the rest of her life. She had no time for this, so it was only a moment that she stood there, staring down at the body. And then she turned and ran.
So, I think that ending is kind of about taking the world of the game very literally, right? It's definitely so far the weirdest ending that I've found, I think. Right. Like, I don't entirely know what it's about. I don't entirely understand why this course of action of just going down the staircase instead of up um, creates this ending, I guess. I don't fully get it. But I do think it's about taking the game world literally and being unable to distinguish between sort of the gaming abstractions and the game world, right? And I think that's what the woman is also kind of about. Is that she is able to distinguish what is real from what isn't. She knows what a crazy person looks like, quote unquote, right? So I think that is what the ending is about. It is about trying to explain the gaming abstractions as existing within the world and taking them as if they are facts of the world. Right. It's kind of like it's kind of like I think explaining the Pokemon anime as like being the comatose dream of Ash Ketchum. The X is in a coma thing. So surely it must just be a dream world that this character is in. Because normal people don't experience like a narrator narrating their thoughts at them. Almost every piece of media has some kind of like X is in a coma theory. Fucking Rugrats has it. And like it's it is very easy to simply explain everything away as being an artifice of dreaming, right? Um, and I think that's what that ending is about. I'm not entirely sure, but I think so. Okay, I think I know another way to get
All
a
of
new
his
ending
co-workers
that I don't know
were
yet.
gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
An
Perhaps he had
actually new
simply missed a
ending that I
memo.
haven't seen. Not in the new content door. Is there a line? No.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
There might be something to the notion that Mariella knowing the difference between what's real and what's fake is meant to kind of say, yeah, this is the way it's this way because it's a video game. Over analyzing it is pointless and leads to this kind of disproportionate behavior. Yeah. Right. Like Mariella, either as a game character knows what is real and what isn't, because she exists in the
Stanley felt
reality of the
lightheaded,
game.
butterflies in his stomach. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
So Jesus. That was hot.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
I think it's sort of both kinds of commentary. It is commenting. Oh, won't let me talk. Mean to me. Is it working? Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Like, yeah, of course, video game abstractions would make no sense in real life. That's why they're called abstractions, right? Yeah, it's sort of similar to criticizing a movie at nighttime, like a scene that takes place at night, for inexplicably being very, very visible. Like, yeah, that's not real to the characters in the movie. That is there for us, right? For the viewer, so that we can see what's going on. Right. We know that that is the language of a film being dark, even if it's very visible, even if there's a lot of contrast, a lot of clear silhouettes, etc. It's for us, it's for our benefit. And a lot of these kinds of gaming abstractions of like not being able to see your feet or having a narrator telling you every thought, that's for us, that's for the audience, right? But they don't question music or even when we're seeing stuff from that specific perspective. Yeah, right. It's that. I think the ending is about that. It still, to me, doesn't entirely connect to like the course of action that leads to that ending. I think. I don't know. Do not jump from cargo lift while it is in motion. Penalty for misuse of cargo lift, $1,000. Penalty for jumping off the cargo lift, $5,000.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off, but in his eagerness to prove that he is in control of the story and no one gets to tell him what to do, Stanley leapt from the platform and plunged to his death.
Wow, that was
Good job,
quick.
Stanley. Everyone thinks you are very powerful.
That's it? Oh, wait. That's new.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
What?
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I was about to analyze that ending, but is this like actually for real different? Sometimes it's just like this. Are you sure?
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. The lounge was grand, majestic, perhaps too majestic, like a combination of a much smaller version and a much larger version of this exact room. It all made Stanley uncomfortable, and he started to bleed a little. This made him smile. At last, proof that he was human. But eager to get back to business, Stanley...
There is a third thing you can do with the lift. I'm aware, yeah. I'm gonna jump off of it again.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't.
Or I'm just
5
gonna
years
jump
ago.
off here.
But in his eagerness to prove that he is in control of the story and no one gets to tell him what to do, Stanley leapt from the platform and plunged to his
Stanley
death.
on this period?
Good job, Stanley. Everyone thinks you are very powerful.
Okay.
I can't wait to tell this story to my co-workers, Stanley thought. How amusing they'll find it. Oh, won't we all just laugh and laugh at the time I thought everyone had gone missing?
That's different. Why does stuff keep being different in like subtle ways? Oh my god. It's freaking me out.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. And here it was, the lounge. What a room, Stanley thought to himself. What a room, what a room, what a room. This is what Stanley thought. What a room. What a room, what a room. What a room.
Ooh.
Va-va-voom. What a room. Yes, really, really worth it being here in the room. A room so utterly captivating that even though all your co-workers have mysteriously vanished, but eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
There's enough RNG to the beginning to keep you entertained through a game with several endings, something other games should learn from, I think. Yeah,
Stanley
is
was so
that
bad
it?
at following directions.
It always
he
feels
incredibly
very
wasn't
meaningful
5
when
years
something's
ago.
slightly different. I'm like, oh, I did
Stanley,
something.
I think
I did
perhaps we've
something.
gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. What? Really?
Yeah,
I
fuck
was in the
you.
middle of something. Do you
Yeah,
have
fuck
zero
you.
consideration for others?
Yes.
Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you?
Yes.
I don't know how to
This
convince you
band,
of this,
the ending
but
there
I really
sucks.
do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance.
Well, I have nowhere else to go. Danger. Danger everywhere. Takes a while for that door to close. What a room. Va-va-voom. What a room. No buckets past this point.
Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
Actually, I haven't been through the red door.
Oh, thank God you are willing to listen to me. Do you see that I really have wanted you to be happy all this time? The problem is all these choices. The two of us always trying to get somewhere that isn't here. Running and running and running, just the way you're doing right now. Don't you see that it's killing us, Stanley? I wanted to stop.
Kinda gay, to be honest.
We would both be so much happier if we just stopped. And I think I have a solution. Here, let me show you. What do we want? What are we looking for? Here. Yes. Oh, it's beautiful, isn't it? If we just stay right here, right in this moment with this place, Stanley, I think I feel happy. I actually feel happy.
Okay, good for you. Are you like gay or something? Is this like yaoi version of GLaDOS? Oh, I can't actually move off this platform. Oh, that kind of sucks. Just watch the light show, I guess. This is kind of pretty. You can leave. Yeah, I know the door's open. Oh, it's green now. Yeah, okay, I've seen enough.
No, wait. Where are you going? Oh no. Stay away from those stairs. If you hurt yourself, if you die, the game will reset. We'll lose all of this.
He's so gay.
Please, no, Stanley, let me stay here. Don't take this from me.
Doesn't want me to.
Please, Stanley, think about what you're doing.
Doesn't want me to kill myself. Kind of gay, to be honest. Well, I'm gonna do it. Nah, I'm fine. What if I go back? Does anything happen? Ooh.
Good, good. We can't be too safe. Promise me you won't go back there. Just stay here.
This is actually really nice. I like these colors. I like the way it makes like yellow in the overlap. Okay, I've seen enough.
No! What do we talk about? You're risking everything we achieved here. You heard me before, didn't you? You will die! What about this isn't getting through to you?
Literally puts you in the baby censor video room. I edged him. I would like to stay in the room for like 5-minute intervals and then leave. I'm being a lot more impatient about it. I'm gonna keep doing it. baby sensory videos or
You are
suicide?
going to stay here, aren't you?
I don't think these ones are all that pretty. This effect is kind of weird with the squares. I don't like it nearly as much. Like, no more dialogue? Okay. You sure? Are you sure you don't want to say anything? Because I'll do it. Oh!
Oh, thank God you lived. You had me worried there for a moment. Now, can we please get back to the other room?
Well, slower
There.
now.
See? This is what you want.
No, this is
where
what
we
you
can both
want.
Be happy. We really can. If we stop moving, we just have to stop moving.
I don't like baby sensory video. I want to die.
Stanley, go back. There's nothing good that can come from this. No. No, no. What are you doing? Do you just not believe me? What can I say to convince you?
Can you give me other things than baby sensory videos? Well, don't think so. I generally love this ending because it's a place where you can tell the devs were shocked that somehow the players pushed the limits of agency further than they expected. Yeah. If the fucking narrator is effectively an antagonist. They are working against you because they keep telling you what to do in a game where you are clearly able to make choices and be free, right? So of course players are going to be obstinate. Of course players are going to be an obstacle to the narrator, right? Okay, no dialogue, okay. It must have been really fucking annoying to like develop this and then have it be play tested and the playtest just like, why isn't this doing anything? What the fuck? Just watching the playtesters like completely fuck up things they never expected anyone to do. Okay, time to die.
Stanley, let's go back to the other room.
Oh, now I'm even
Can
slower.
you do that for me?
What is this? Oh, it's a little kid's drawing. That is cute.
Yes. Perhaps you can. Perhaps you finally see what I'm talking about.
Can you do the other effect with the light balls? I don't like the squares.
I know you'll see. You'll see that we can't be happy if we leave this place. You can see that, can't you?
I'm not happy here. I want to see the balls. Okay? Any fucking second. Is this it? Come on. This fucking reeks. I hate it. I'm gonna go die. This is like that one...
Perhaps not.
This is like that one experiment where they like leave someone alone in a room with like a device that will electrocute them for like 15 minutes, and like within 5 minutes they will have electrocuted themselves, and most people will electrocute themselves again instead of being bored, right? It's trying to see like, okay, if you are bored.
Is this really how much you dislike my game? That you'll throw yourself from this platform over and over to be rid of it? You are literally willing to kill yourself to keep me from being happy.
Yes.
Am I reading the situation correctly?
Yes. This ending already very much feels like that, right? With the child's drawing, this is totally about parents. Interesting. This ending can be seen as a commentary on parent-child relationships. To keep a relationship with a parent is to keep being infantilized. That is also a fun reading, yeah, right? Like, I think it's a player boredom, right? The only way for the dev to be happy, for the narrator to be happy, for the game to be happy, is to keep going back to that room and stay there, and they'll be happy, right? So you can go back and forth, and every time you have to go back, it's more and more torturous the more you've hurt your knees or whatever. This is where the dev is happy. As long as they are fully in control of what you can see and what you can do, they're happy. But you're given the slightest bit of agency to hurt yourself. And obviously most players will exert that power over themselves instead of go to the fucking baby sensory room. It's kind of about, I think, like the antagonism between the player and the game, right? The game tells you to do things that are boring, so instead you're gonna fuck up the game and make it bad on purpose, right? I think that's how it's kind of going. It's the game begging you to give up your agency to see some pretty things, and instead you're going to this fucking awful room to like jump over and over again.
Or maybe you're just getting a kick out of it.
I'm still alive?
I just wanted us to get along. But I guess that was too much to ask. It looks like you wanted to make a choice after all. Well, this one is yours.
The fact that the narrator can't see why you'd be discontent in that room, but the game clearly knows you will be, is such a good way of expressing the need to break free from a toxic situation. Yeah. But I think that's why it reads well as sort of like a parent-child metaphor.
Want to stay alive? Or are you just teasing me?
Yes, I am teasing you. I'm fucking with you. It really does read like a parent-child situation, I think.
I wanted us to be happy here, Stanley. I really did. I still thought that was possible.
Well, my parents haven't said exactly these things, they have said stuff similar to it. Like, people will prefer to exert agency that will hurt them instead of being bored and being told what to do, right? Instead of staying in place and being infantilized. Even if every time it gets slower and slower, I will actively choose to make this man more upset. Because I think it's funny. Because hurting him is a way of exerting agency.
Is it over? It's going to restart, isn't it? I'm going back.
Describing my decision they don't like as me hurting them. Yeah. That's a common one. Hate and days. 8 days. 8 days? Oh my god.
Wait, Stanley thought to himself. Am I sure that the orders stopped coming in? How is that possible? They never stopped. Surely I was mistaken. No, the orders were still missing. for now.
Can also see some aspect of disability in that ending.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay.
That's it? It's really good.
Yes, but eager to get back to business,
Oh my
Stanley
god.
took the first open door on his left.
Like, the whole thing with this fucking guy is that he never shuts up, so it's really fucking funny when it's just a single line like that.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not.
I really wish I could
realize that
jump.
investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. What? Really?
Oh, it landed on the rail.
Do you have zero consideration
Whoa.
for others? Are you that convinced that I want something
Whoa.
bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how
Safe.
to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance. Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
Oh, I don't know what door I'm going through.
Perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door.
I wonder if it'll be different this time. Maybe.
Oh, thank God you are willing to listen to me.
That's not a good
You
sign.
see that I really have wanted you to be happy all this time. The problem is all these choices. The two of us always trying to get somewhere that isn't here. Running and running and running, just the way you're doing right now.
Yeah.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you forgot. Stanley walked through the red door. All right, fine. Go ahead, Stanley. You want to know so badly what's out there? You want to find out what lies at the end of this road you've chosen? Well,
Game gone. What? Is it back on? Are we live again? Yeah, you're back. Okay, good.
Me stop you. You see? There's nothing here. I haven't even finished building this section of the map because you were never supposed to be here in the first place. Broken rooms, exposed developer
This is a
textures.
beautiful
Is this
view.
what you had wanted? Was it worth ruining the entire story I had written out specifically for you? Do you not think I put a lot of time into that? Because I did. And in the end, it was all for nothing, because this is what you wanted to see. Help me here, Stanley. Help elucidate these strange and unknowable desires of yours. What would have made this game better? What did you want to see? Vehicles? Skill trees? Work with me. You've given me absolutely nothing so far. Tell you what, let me take a stab in the dark at a new design and you can give me some feedback. There we go. A third option. This already feels leaps ahead of where we were before. Go ahead, Stanley. Take it for a spin.
What if I don't? Like, I already know that door leads to the same way. What if I don't?
Okay, I'm going to stop you there. Now, tell me about your experience with this new version. Would you say that the game benefited from allowing you more choices? Feel free to be honest.
Not an actual choice. All these lead to the same fucking room.
A one? I mean, I can understand if you had reservations, you saw ways the game could be improved to more fully express itself mechanically and artistically, but a one? That's not even helpful. What am I supposed to do with that? But I guess it isn't my place to judge. Here, based on the data from your previous playthrough, I've compiled a new version. And to be perfectly candid, I think I've knocked it out of the park with this one. Let's take a look.
Right. The Stanley Parable Worldwide Leaderboard. Good old Neil. It's cycling through the same images over and over again. Stanley 427 is online. How long does it take you to get through the correct door?
Now, would you say that competitive leaderboard helped you feel motivated to keep walking through doors? Again, honest answers, please. Hey, I nearly forgot. I've got a prototype of
It doesn't
a new
matter.
game I've been
He
working
doesn't
on,
care.
and now would be a lovely opportunity to give it some playtesting. You wouldn't mind taking a look at it, would you? Perfect. Let me boot it up. In this game, the baby crawls left towards danger. You click the button to move him back to the right, and if he reaches the fire, you fail. It's a very meaningful game, all about the desperation and tedium of endlessly confronting the demands of family life. I think the art world will really take notice. But of course, the message of the game only becomes clear once you've been playing it for about 4 hours. So why don't you give it 4 hours of play to make sure it's effective? Be sure to keep notes on your experience.
Yeah, okay, that's enough music. Oh no, baby! Oh no, baby!
Heartless bastard. Did you do it because you hate babies or purely to spite me?
Purely to
Because
spite
if it's
you.
the latter, well, I don't know what to do. I'm completely out of ideas. I can't think of a single thing that might improve the experience for me. I'm not even going to try. I'm out. I'm out. I'm done. It's over. Thank you for playing. Your input was extremely valuable. Oh, hey, since my game was so awful, why don't we play someone else's game? Just to ease the pain. Let's see. What do we have here? Yes, this seems like it'll work. Let's give it a shot. Aha! Fascinating. What do you think this
Oh
game is
no, I'm
about?
in Wyoming!
What's our backstory? What is our motivation?
Ooh.
Well, it seems obvious to me that you are meant to play as a creepy man spying on innocent civilians below you from up high in your creep tower.
Who's to say
Perhaps
I'm
for
playing a
some
man?
sort of twisted erotic purpose. Yes, that must be it. What a fascinating venture into the experience of total mental depravity. So far, I love everything about this game, Stanley. And it seems there's even more. Come, let's venture outward and see what else is out there.
This is so aggressively American, I'm really looking at it again. Love how everything here is placeholder textures, but the baby is still in the back of wooden planks for some reason. Yeah. It doesn't even really sit on fire.
Oh no. No, it can't be. It is. It's an open world game. Good God, quickly block it off. Oh, thank goodness, Stanley. What a close call. You nearly wandered off into that thing. That big, open, just wandering around. No right or wrong directions. No path to follow. You can just go in any... Oh, thank heavens we avoided it. We're out of the woods now, Stanley. Okay, I'm going to get us out of here. Let's find another game. Preferably something with walls. Something with nice, big, insurmountable walls.
Oh, let's see that tree.
Okay, I think this will be just the thing.
Okay.
Wonderful. See, this is exactly what I had in mind. Just a nice big box for you to run around in. There isn't any possibility that you could get lost here. Now this is game design. Stanley, if you manage to get lost in this game, I will be phenomenally impressed. Okay, so what exactly do we do here? Let's see. There are lots of cars here in the back, but obviously there's no racetrack. Okay, I'm seeing that there's a ball of some kind back here. Is this game sports ball? Stanley, I think it's sports ball. Oh, what fun. We shall run the bases and do a touchdown together? Yes, I think surely we must. Okay, Stanley, here's the ball. Have fun.
Ow. Whee!
Are you doing it? Are you winning? Is this fun? Is it better than my miserable little story that I worked so... Hold on. What are you doing? Stanley, don't do that. I can't follow you there. I can't help you. How will you write a story without me? You can't do it. You know that. Stanley,
I think this is another one that's more about questioning what player agency is, I guess, this ending. Like different kinds of games and how you exert agency over them. The baby game is very strange and interesting. Like you have the agency to stop the baby from suffering. Right. And you can exert non and you can also exert the agency to just let the baby suffer. You can exert the agency to turn it into a rhythm game. But the choice to exert agency here is repetitive and it doesn't feel meaningful at the same time, right? So Yeah. I don't know exactly what to make of it. It's very dark here, I can't see. Oh. And then it's immediately to like the fucking. Oh, this looks like Half-Life textures, alright. Even sounds like Half-Life. I think this ending is all about questioning how you can exert agency in worlds and make it feel meaningful. Right. The open world game is a weird choice, I think. Because, like, obviously it's very meaningful to just wander around and explore, typically, right? Okay. From the player's perspective, at least. Like, a game with no goals can still feel like a meaningful game if you get to wander around and see things. And that is interaction. And I don't know. It's interesting to me that the interactivity is like blocked off from you in that game. And then he gives you sports ball. And even without like a team sport element where you're both trying to get the ball in the court or whatever the fuck. Um it is still fun to bounce against the ball and run around real fast, right? It's still interactivity. If you stay there for long enough, he spawns in like a bunch of extra balls, which is fun, and then he takes them away from you, and you're not allowed to do anything anymore. Right. Um, but then you still have the agency, the interactivity to just go down the hole and end up here. It's weird. It's weird. I don't know exactly how to feel about it, but the route continues on.
I wonder what he found. If what he wanted was to be the leading man in his own story, well, perhaps he's gotten it, down in wherever he is right now. I wonder if he's happy with his choice, and if he's learned the heavy cost that comes with it. He'll understand soon what I was trying to tell him. He needs me. Someone who will wrap everything up at the end, to make sense out of the chaos and the fear and the confusion. That's who I am. That is what I mean to this world. Oh, yes. Yes, I'll be back. There's no other way. Once this ends, after it all comes to a close, then I'll be back. The end will be here soon. Very soon. I can wait.
So I think that's also a route that's about player feedback, right? Like what constitutes a meaningful player feedback, I think. Because at some point he gives you, Ooh, my tummy hurts. Oh no, you should go make some tea maybe. It usually helps me. Um, I think this route is also about player feedback. Um, in multiple ways, right? Like literally, you give feedback on the game, and then it gets mad at you.
Snack.
Yay! No talking, only snacking. He literally gives you feedback as well. Um, I think the baby game in the context of player feedback is also interesting. Because as a player, you are given the feedback of the baby returning to where it started. Every time you press the button, there's a loud sound and the baby game starts over again. Right? And to the player, they won't be entertained with this for long because the feedback is repetitive. The feedback is the same every time. Right? The goal, the exertion of agency, doesn't provide meaningful feedback. And I think like the ball game is also kind of like that, right? Every time you score a goal, the game just kind of starts over again. And it can give you more balls or less balls, but it doesn't really change the game. The goal is still the same. And it takes away all the balls, so you're not allowed to have fun with sports ball anymore. Um, so I don't know how the open world game fits into this because especially at the time, open world games were still kind of new. Um, and there was a lot of complaint with open world games that they didn't really provide player feedback, I think. Right. We've got this big empty open world and nothing to do in it. It wasn't really until like Breath of the Wild that people started like really, really like loving open world games more. I don't know. It's a weird ending. I guess it's about like what constitutes meaningful player action as well, right? Like that's kind of also what the narrator says at the end, like what constitutes a meaningful player action, meaningful agency. I don't know. I think that's what it's about.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
What the fuck? Okay.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go back to his boss's office, hoping he
No!
might find an answer there.
My broom closet. No! Mean to me.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
There we go. It was open the first time. I don't know why it closed. Beautiful. Oy. That went down weird. There are no other floors.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human. Stanley was in such a rush to get through the story as quickly as possible, he didn't even have a single minute to just let the narrator talk.
Yeah,
That
fuck you.
kind of anxiety isn't healthy, so he relaxed for
camera
a
up
few
there.
moments with some calming New Age music.
Amazing. Okay.
Feeling soothed and rejuvenated, Stanley calmly walked forward into the opened passageway.
I gotta figure out how to clip out of bounds in this game. I bet it's funny.
Whoops. Nope. Never mind. Stanley actually got back into the elevator and went back up. Silly me.
This is maybe my
Why
favorite
did
way of
Stanley do
torturing
that
the
when he knew that it would just
fucking
lead back
narrator.
to his boss's office? Well, that's a great question. I just can't wait to find out. Here we are, Stanley. It's your boss's office. Exactly the way it was before you got onto the elevator. It's still just exactly what it is. What a decision you've made to come up here and look at the office again. This has fleshed out the plot of the story in new and fascinating ways I could have never anticipated. It's that keen eye for storytelling that you have, an incisive rapid fire of critical plot points, one after the other, weaving a rich tapestry of uncompromising narrative. Wow. I'm bolted to the edge of my seat.
I can't see. Oh, I'm out.
Incredible. Now he's getting back into the elevator and going down again. Ladies and gentlemen, How does he keep coming up with all of this? Did you think we were going to go forward down the spooky corridor? No. It's time once again to go back up in the elevator. I can't even begin to grapple with what might be up there. Is it the boss's office again? Or what if it's the boss's office this time? The suspense is killing me.
I do like how I'm loaded into the elevator sideways every time I come back up. What does Stanley do in the loading period?
Oh my god. It's the boss's office. This absolutely changes everything for me. Give me a timeout here for a minute while I process this. Okay, I'm ready. I'm prepared to embrace this stunning revelation and to move forward with... No! No, wait! No! I need more time to process. All right. I have fully come to terms with it. I have made space in my worldview for this astonishing new reality. As before, I turn to your expert eye for gripping narrative, Master Stanley. Of course, going back down in the elevator. How did I not anticipate it? I mean, sure, now it's obvious, but you have to understand that 30 seconds ago, this kind of thing had never been attempted before. I had no frame of reference to even anticipate it. That's just how revelatory Stanley's decision-making is. A breath of fresh air in a landscape of storytelling that has grown stale and repetitive.
Yummy Slurpee.
Yay! This is the last of the drink for tonight. There we go. Yeah, baby.
You know what? I've just thought of something. Hold on, let's stop for a moment. Don't you realize? It's the anticipation, Stanley. You and I, we have no way of knowing what will be at the top of this elevator. But the suspense, the agony of waiting and anticipating and having to guess, that's the real thrill. Oh, I simply don't want to let that feeling go. It's so precious, so fleeting. Why don't we take this elevator ride nice and slow?
Oh, fuck yeah.
There we go. Isn't this so much more exciting?
It is.
Stanley? It seems like nowadays the only thing that audiences want is to be shocked as loudly and frequently as possible. They want big, explosive moments flung right in their faces from the very moment that things get started. But where's the tension? Where's the trust in the audience to build a slow and nuanced appreciation for the story? The characters. Why
The
aren't we given time to
characters.
imagine the surprises? To have to think and to anticipate and then to marvel at the eventual reveal. This is storytelling, Stanley. What you and I are
Storytelling.
doing right now. This is the most exciting narrative to be developed in years. And it's really all because of you. You're the one who took this bold step of revisiting the exact same locations over and over. Truly, I mean it. This is unique and different. It's not like anything else out there. You see, I want stories that surprise me, Stanley. I want to have to think. I want to be engaged and not pandered to. We're being fed such unimaginative drivel all the time, and we all know it, which is why we're so starved for content that makes us feel sharp and vital and alive. That's why people like you so much, Stanley, because you're not afraid to spit in the face of tradition. You're a role model, you know? People look up to you. Which is why, oh, I didn't know when to spring this on you, but, well, I've gathered a little press conference for you, so that you can talk about your work and your storytelling and your life. Yes, I know you're not much for the public eye, but I thought it would especially mean a lot to the people who have been following you from the beginning. They really look up to you, Stanley. I don't know if you realize the impact you have on them. This is the kind of gesture that might leave a tremendous impact on them for the better. Oh good, we're here.
And it's actually different this time.
Okay, the room where we're holding the press conference should be just around the corner here somewhere.
Fuck, I could have pressed down on the elevator again. Needs to do that next time. Let's see if that works. An evening with world peace, baby.
Ah, yes, here it is, just through this door.
World's first sentient machine. Doing great. A conversation with Alexander the Great.
All right, are you ready? I've told them you're going to speak a little bit about the nature of surprise in storytelling and what it means to craft a truly unpredictable narrative. Oh, don't worry, you'll do great. Just be yourself and speak from the heart. I'm really proud of you, Stanley. Okay, it looks like they're ready for you. Go get 'em.
Congratulations, Stanley. Remember where you came from. The freedom ending. Aloha from the freedom ending. I went to the mind control facility and all I got is this lousy sticker. Break a leg, champ. Your boss. And I wish there was a zoom button. He sent that letter twice. Are you kidding me? I love the way you write elevators. Thanks for showing me that cool skateboard trick in the parking lot. You're too cool. Good luck on stage. Stanley and the God. Age 6. The guy who went to Mars. The Lord meet and greet. Awesome. What if I just go back? Oh, I can't. Okay, I'm gonna go take a break real quick. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. So, I don't really know entirely what to make of that ending, the one where you end up on the stage, the fame ending. I don't know what to call it. Um, because to get it, you have to get to, like, I guess the suspenseful moment of the game just before the ending. And then you have to fuck it up, right? You have to constantly backtrack, go back and forth, and be rewarded with the narrator getting mad at you. It's a very fun ending. Um, and then he like commends your storytelling abilities very ironically, right? He's fucking with you, but it is still a weird ending, I think, right? I don't quite know what to make of it. It's definitely a funny ending. Uh, Twitch isn't updating on my phone again. There we go. That'd be kind of an ironic thing by the narrator. Oh, you think you're special? Here, have a massive audience. I think so, yeah, right. Like, on a narrative level, just from the game itself, right? It is literally just, oh, you think you're such a cool storyteller. You keep going back and forth. Isn't that original? And he's like mocking you. Here, have a massive audience. Become famous. But from a more meta standpoint, I don't understand, I guess, like what the point of that is. Here we go. She's Stanley on my parable till I hit that. Yeah, okay. I should like look up methods for the different endings because I'm kind of running out of ideas. um, 19 endings. I don't think I've found half of them. Hmm. Okay, that's a fun thing to try. There's probably a bunch of endings there already that I haven't tried that I know are there. I just forgot.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I think it might also be commentary on backtracking, maybe? Right? You keep going back and forth to the same places, expecting something to be different, and then finally the game rewards you by.
Two open doors. He entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Hoping he might coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Okay, I think we all know the drill by now. Blah, blah, blah. Dark secrets, the keypad. Stanley pushes some buttons. Oh, hey, look, it's a new passageway. Kill surprise.
Okay. Thanks, that's very convenient.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
So somehow there is a way
The
to
lights rose on an
go
enormous
and fall on the
room
bottom
packed
of
with
this
television
room.
screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
And I think I might know how. There's gotta be a way to like climb up here. Through sort of switching up. Oh, there we go. Oh, there we go. Yeah!
Aha! You've made it to the bottom of the mind control facility. Welcome! You see, back when the Stanley Parable first launched in 2013, getting to the bottom of the mind control facility was a bug that we simply didn't catch during development. And you all sent us lots of photos of it on Twitter and acted very superior about it. Very, very clever. Good for you. Anyway, when it came time to update the game, we knew that we had to do something about this little goof of ours, so here you go. New content. You can call it the bottom of the mind control room ending, if that enhances your perception of the value of these updates. Isn't that what you crave? New content? Always
Yeah.
more content, more content, more. And I'm here to give it to you. I'm here to make it seem like we really covered every nook and cranny of the game with secrets and Easter eggs. How about this? We wrote a new piece of music just
Wow.
for this section. You won't hear it anywhere else in the game. It's a secret that's just for you. That's how special you are. We call this track, Good Job You've Made It to the Bottom of the Mind Control Facility. Well done.
Good job, you did it. Good job. 3, 2, 1. Good job, you made it to the bottom of the mind control facility. You jumped on the catwalk.
This is so
Should've been
good.
careful, should've been careful. It used to be a bug, but now it's an ending. Now it's an ending.
This game is so fucking
I
good.
believe in you. I believe in your ability to cross.
It reminds me of Lemon Demon.
Chase your dreams. The railings
Like
don't
early Lemon Demon
end.
especially.
Good job, you did it. Good job, you did it.
Good job, you did it. Good job, you did it. Good job, you did it. Good job, you did it. Good job, you did it. Good job, you did it.
Good
Good
job,
job, you did it. Good job, you did it. Good job. Oh. Amazing. Beautiful. So I think that ending means that you've made it to the bottom of the mind control facility. Yeah. I feel like that ending is also very on the nose about itself, right? Um, it's about breaking the illusion, I think, on some level. Right? It is about the illusion. Such deep commentary on the nature of making it to the bottom of the mind control facility. I think it's about breaking the illusion, right? Like, it calls attention to the fact that it used to be a glitch, a bug, that people made it to the bottom of the mind control facility and like bullied the devs about it. So now they've made it a real ending, I guess. And it like calls attention again to the artifice of making these kinds of endings and like I guess the pursuit of new content as well. The pursuit of like maybe there's a secret there, maybe this will do something. The endless mining for new things to do in a game.
Just a step through this door, Stanley thought to himself. That's all I need. If I can make it through this door, I can make it through them all.
We're not touching that. Not yet.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Okay, I can go back in the elevator if we want. Oh, it's already open.
Here's the door, just go.
No. Now you want me to go through. Okay. Compare it with the suicide ending, which is also a glitch that became an ending, but they engage with that one seriously. You mean the one where I have to keep walking up the staircase, right? Is that the one you're talking about? Okay, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that one's also kind of interesting to compare it to. They are kind of similar, I guess, right? Both are about doing something unexpected, breaking bounds, and finding new stuff at the end of it. And while one calls attention to itself as originally being a bug, but you crave new content, here you go. We wrote a whole song about it. Congratulations, you did something special. The other one takes itself more seriously, as in, like, we made this game so that you would be happy, and you keep fucking it up, and you keep exerting your agency in a way the narrator doesn't want you to because you're able to. Because the straightforward path is boring, right? Like, let's be real, the main route doing it is boring. It is so fun to go against.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley would meet his violent death. But of course, Stanley thought better of it and realized he simply had too much to live for.
I guess like the staircase suicide ending is about the way that it's fun to fuck things up on purpose. Like it sort of goes into the reason why people would do that kind of stuff and find new things to do in a video game, even if the thing to do is kill yourself. Yeah. The suicide one feels like the devs found something poignant in the fact that people found self-destructive behaviors in a game that isn't supposed to permit that. And the bottom of the mind control facility is more about, here's your reward for finding a new thing, you asshole. It's questioning, kind of poking fun at the idea of like endlessly digging for new content to the point of breaking the game, right? Like, what is the fun of breaking a boundary?
Nope, still on board with death.
Yeah, I'm on board with that. I like that it's kind of purple in here.
The door behind him was not shut. Stanley still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track.
Yeah, it's safe, right?
At this point, Stanley was making a conscious, concerted effort to walk forward and willingly
True.
confront his death.
I mean, I don't know. It's like the opening to Portal. It is like Portal.
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley was inched closer and closer to his demise, he reflected that his life had been of no consequence whatsoever. Stanley can't see the bigger picture. He doesn't know the real story, trapped forever in his narrow vision of what this world is. Perhaps his death was of no great loss, like plucking the eyeballs from a blind man. And so he resigned and willingly accepted this violent end to his brief and shallow life. Farewell, Stanley.
Yay!
"Farewell, Stanley," cried the narrator, as Stanley was led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In
We found a
single
third
visceral
woman!
instant, Stanley was obliterated as the machine crushed every bone in his body, killing him instantly.
Like a mouse. This is my snipping noise.
And yet it would be just a few minutes before Stanley would restart the game, back in his office, as alive as ever. What exactly did the narrator think he was going to accomplish? When every path you can walk has been created for you long in advance, death becomes meaningless, making life the same. Do you see now? Do you see that Stanley was already dead from the moment he hit start?
This is like the acid room. This blueprint shows the office from the beginning of the game. The path from Stanley's office to the two doors was the first part of the game that was built. Sections have been added and altered throughout development, though the core layout remains almost identical to the first iteration. What the This is so cool! The Developer Museum. The set of two doors was the very first concrete piece of the Stanley Parable's design. Once this room was created, the rest of the game emerged as an extension of it, an exploration of the contradiction this room posed. Corridor. The pacing of this opening section was important to get right. This corridor had been moved and altered to make sure the player reaches the two doors in a good time. Filing cabinets. Office computers. Button sounds. A selection of the sounds used throughout the game when buttons are pressed. Each sound is a mix of a keyboard stroke and a synthesized tone. Huh. Credits. Andrea Jorgensen, Gijs van Koten, Malte Dittman, Jakob Janurka, Jakob Gavetti, Simon Boxer, Nika Lati, Luc Alanes de Rebemond, Josh van de Pol. Wait, I know that guy. Wait. Are you fucking for real? That guy? He went to my animation school, I think. He's like a Dutch animator. He's like really well known on YouTube for like silly animations. That can't be the same guy. Are you joking? This fucking guy. Is that the same guy? There's almost no way it isn't. It's like, what? No, the timeline does kind of make sense. The Wikipedia article doesn't mention anything about his work on the Stanley Parable. What the hell? I'm fucking blown away by this. What the fuck are you doing here? Who are you? How long has this room existed? Oh my god. And Van Murazura, I don't know who you are. Yanis Ion Yanis Ioannidis, Blake Robinson, Christian Bucker. It's a very Dutch name. There's a lot of very Dutch names in here. Gijs van Koten, Robin Arnott, Eduardo Ortiz. I think I might have heard that name before. Siddhartha Barnhorn. Barnhorn is another. Kevin McLeod. Kevin McLeod. He's famous. I know him. Tituan Millet. Nima Johan. Leslie Staples. Afifa Pinches. Jenny Kuglin. Additional voice work. Davey Radin and William Pook. Crows. Dominic Johan as an art director. Audio direction, Tom Schley. Really good audio work, by the way. I like this game's audio. Development lead, Jens Gutmann. The impeccable Kevin Brighting as the narrator. This fucking narrator voice is fucking iconic. I love him. Additional developer, Richard Baxter, Mariska Zachariah, Rito, Joseph Silverman? I think I've heard that name before. I'm not sure. Joe Feingold, Wilhelmina Franca, Alicia Contestabile. This was in pre-Ultra Deluxe, but from a Google, it seems like Gus from the Bulls' contribution was an Ultra Deluxe thing. Okay. That makes sense, I guess. He went and updated it. That makes sense. Console development by 22nd Century Toys LLC. I feel like my Dutch really comes out as soon as I have to pronounce names I'm not familiar with. Luc Alanet Terriblemont. Siddhartha Barnhorn. Yeah, I can hear it. Based on the work of the Stanley Parable 2013 team, additional level designs Colin Eddings, Jack Parsons, Jesus. That's probably Jesus. Programming Jesus Higueras. Animation Rie Soderberg. Maxima Leblet, Stanley character skin, bug art, and Dean Darko, Master Shane Sweeney. I'm so glad I read these fucking these credits. What the fuck are you doing here? You're famous to me. Office boxes and plants and stuff. Maintenance room, an early version of the maintenance room. Ooh. Ooh. Well, I'll probably look back around. Oh, the bottom. The bottom of the thing. Fun. Money. Ultra Deluxe announcements. My knowing German comes out when I try to type on the poll and write out von der Pool instead. No, that's still... Von der Pool is still like a Dutch last name thing. I mean, maybe it's also a German thing. Ultra Deluxe announcements. In December 2018, we announced the Ultra Deluxe version of the Stanley Parable at the Game Awards. These are screenshots of the videos we made for the announcement and the game's delay. That visual from the bottom of the mind control room is so iconic to me. Warzone. Early in development, we designed an ending where Stanley would end up on a battlefield fighting aliens. The action game would become sentient and would wage war against the narrator. We realized shortly after starting to build it that it was far too jokey and on the nose for the tone of the game. Thus, some people interpreted it as making fun of people who like shooters, which was not our intention. Der is a German article that grammatically fits there. Yeah. It shows up in a lot of Dutch last names as well. I think it's also just Old Dutch. The Lounge. An early version of The Lounge. Wow! It sucks! I'm so glad they updated it. The apartment timer. An early version of the choice leading to the apartment ending, a timer would give you 15 seconds to pick up the phone. Not picking up the phone would lead to a different ending. Huh. The cargo lift. You can really feel the fucking Source Engine grime in this one. That just looks like Portal 2. This just looks like Portal. The second version is functionally the same as what's in the final game, but we wanted it to look more like a place where cargo was actually stored. Look at this isn't just Portal. The cargo lift was always intended to offer the choice of staying on or jumping to a different path. However, after this early version, we decided we also wanted the option of the player falling to their death. Yeah. Chair. Meeting room. Maintenance layout. The flow of hallways following the first two doors was important to get right, since players will replay them so many times. We discussed a number of designs, but ultimately it was the simplest version that won out. These levers were originally part of the Zending. The player would pull a lever and the narrator would describe the color they had pulled. Oh, they're not interactive. Zending model. The Zending went through many iterations. This room represents the 4th version of the ending, and we thought it was complete, but decided to abandon and change it again shortly before launch. I don't know what they're talking about. Zending. Yeah, I don't remember this one at all. An early version of the ending known as Zending, which was eventually cut and merged with another part of the game. Okay. That makes sense. Escape menu. For a long time we had an ending. What the fuck was that? For a long time we had an ending that only ended when the player restarted from the escape menu. Unfortunately, very few players realized that this was what they were supposed to do, which was frustrating for everyone. Oh, it's the counter in the other room, yeah. It was probably all portal textures in the Half-Life mod version. I can't really remember. Countdown room, an early version of the countdown room. This is the freedom ending as it existed in beta. Yeah, this is kind of the one I remember watching all those years ago. Monitor room elevator. For a time, the elevator in the monitor room would go up or down, with freedom above and countdown below. We abandoned this when player found it too difficult to remember what was up and what was down, and placed the two endings together instead. Countdown desk. One of the desks from an early version of the countdown ending. Well. Aww. This is the very first incarnation of the freedom ending in the game's alpha. Boss's office. Screens from the development of the boss's office. It's like textureless. Even more textureless. Oh, I'm back down here. There's definitely more to explore. The lounge. Underground. Early version of an underground portion of the game.
Then he pushed the number 8. Where were all of his co-workers? Oh, I don't know. How about Stanley? They're throwing a surprise party for him for all his button pushing. Does that sound plausible to you? Nothing there.
Kevin Brading, the voice of the narrator, recorded dialogue for the entire game roughly 3 separate times over the 2 years of development. These are clips from early takes that were not used in the final game.
Right back on track to where he was supposed to be in the story. Stanley walked over the bridge. Stanley pushed the big red button.
It's really, really cool coming here, like, after already having played the game a bunch. And, like, seeing all this stuff. It's the exit. I don't think I've seen everything. From left to right, the evolution of Stanley's office over time. The first was created in November 2011, the second in March 2012, and the third in February 2013. It's my office. The extra clutter is nice. Yeah, it's mostly getting extra clutter, but the layout change is very cool as well. Narrator emails. After the second trailer we sent out, we asked people to email the narrator for questions. While we had initially planned to use these for the promotional materials, we never found the perfect use for them. Here are a selection of those emails. Uh-huh. What is Stanley's last name? Congratulations, congratulations, congratulations. In light of their previous announcement regarding the ongoing promotion, here is the result. Okay, I can't read all of this. I'm not reading all of this. Okay, Warzone. Seen all this. Yeah. Is there stuff I missed? That. I don't think I went here. Yeah. We ran 4 major teaser trailers over the course of the game's development, each meant to convey something about the spirit of the game. This is the first one, released in May 2012. It features a series of broken rooms and the voice of the narrator informing viewers that he is repairing a new version of the Stanley Parable. Hmm. Very striking visuals. This game definitely has a really good sense of, like, environment composition. I'm not sure what to call it, but the way that a game environment leads the player to new places, new areas. I think I've seen all of the museum.
Oh, look at these two. How they wish to destroy one another. How they wish to control one another. How they both wish to be free.
Set design? Not quite. Set design is more of a movie term, I think. Set design is also for, like, stage plays. I don't know. It's not quite the same idea. Because when you're referring to set design in a movie or a play, you're just an audience passively watching other characters go through the set, right? But I am a player in this environment. I'm inside the interactive environment. I feel like that is quite different than just how it looks on a screen or how it looks on a stage.
Can you see? Can you see how much they need one another? No, perhaps not. Sometimes these things cannot be seen. But listen to me. You can still save those two. You can stop the program before they both fail. Push escape and press quit. There's no other way to beat this game. As long as you move forward, you'll be walking someone else's path. Stop now and it'll be your only true choice. Whatever you do, choose it. Don't let time choose for you. Don't let...
That's weird. I think that one is very much revealing the design of the game, obviously, right? That ending. Like, um, I think that ending is almost about how the player might come to view um the narrator as an antagonist, right? Obviously, you're the protagonist. The narrator is the antagonist, but the narrator is also the one who makes you make weird decisions, who makes you antagonistic towards it, right? I think that's kind of the point of that one, right? Like you go through the escape room because the narrator tells you not to do it, and the narrator tells you you will walk to your death, and he's right. And then the game stops your death initially and tells you how the game was made. And you're sort of, I think, meant to understand how designed everything is. You're meant to think about how the narrator is also part of this experience, and you're not just trying to destroy him like the other narrator says, right? Revealing the developer's hands. Yeah, I think that's kind of it. That's more of what I said about the confusion ending. There is no true player agency in a medium where the developer must lay every track you tread. Yeah, it's kind of like that, right? But I think it's also about how the game is designed to push you to make certain decisions. It's not just, look, every path that you can take is constructed. It's also, on top of that, every decision you make is informed by the narrator. And we have designed it to be rewarding every time. And then there's that little ending segment where she's like, the only way to win is not to play. Which, like, feels again like it's trying to frame it as if the narrator and you are at odds with each other. And I don't think that's actually the case. Right? But the narrator in a lot of places is a reward for pushing the game's boundaries, for treading places where he doesn't want you to go.
A soft wind blew outside and perhaps rain started, and if it did, it stopped shortly after. Stanley hoped that he would one day see
Yo, they're weed. I swear these outside rooms are different every time. Most of the time. Not quite yet. Let's see, what's another ending? Hmm. Okay, that's a quick one.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
That's kind of what I mean. So you're saying that the only agency you're really taking is playing the game or not playing the game. You aren't really able to defy the game from within because the entire inside is made for you to see. Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
No, I didn't.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Oh, well, look who's got cold feet. Sorry to break it to you, Stanley, but that lift isn't coming back. You'd best either get comfortable right here on this platform, or test your luck by jumping to the floor below.
Okay.
You know what? Looking at it now, it's not that far to the bottom floor. I bet you can make it.
Is there like a high platform I can try to land on? There's boxes.
Whoops. Looks like I was wrong. How clumsy of me.
Okay, I guess that's technically a different ending. With all the Dutch names in the dev team, surely there's weed in that room. Okay. Oh, that's interesting.
Hello. This is a recorded message scheduled either by you or a person in your place of work. The purpose of this message is to warn you about the dangers of recorded messages. If at any time you believe you are listening to a recorded message, please terminate it immediately and cease all flow of information from the recorded message into your perceptual sphere. Thank you, and have a pleasant day.
Okay.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you.
It's all about me.
There's someone
Everything
you've
is
been
about me.
neglecting,
I'm so
Stanley.
special.
Someone you've forgotten.
I'm
about.
world's specialist little office
Please,
boy.
Stop trying to make
Office
every decision
slut.
by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me, I'm asking for her. This is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself, to put your work aside, to let her back into your life. She's been waiting. That's her, Stanley. You need to be the one to do this. To reach out to her. If you can truly place your faith in another, then pick up the phone. As Stanley picked up the phone, a white light engulfed him, filling him not just with radiance, but with hope. Hope for a life reunited one... Wait. Oh, goodness. Stanley, did you just unplug the phone? No, that wasn't supposed to be a choice. How did you do that?
Oh, sure, it
Actually,
wasn't supposed to be a
chose
choice.
incorrectly. I didn't even know that was possible. Let me double check. No, it's definitely here, clear as day. Stanley picks up the phone. He's taken to his apartment where he finds his wife, and the two pledge themselves to one another. Music comes in, fade to white, roll credits. Not picking up the phone is actually somehow an incorrect course of action. How is that even possible? None of these decisions were supposed to mean anything. I don't understand. How on earth are you making meaningful choices? What did you... Wait a second. Did I just see... No, that's not possible. I can't believe it. How had I not noticed it sooner? You're not Stanley. You're a real person. I can't believe I was so mistaken. This is why you've been able to make correct and incorrect choices, and to think I've been letting you run around in this game for so long. If you'd made any more wrong choices, you might have negated it entirely. It's as though you completely ignored even the most basic safety protocol for real-world decision-making. Or did you not grasp the severity of the situation? Well, I won't have that kind of risk on my watch. I'm going to stop the game for a moment so we can educate you properly on
Oh my
safe
fucking
decision
god.
making in the real world.
What the
Please
hell?
observe this helpful instructional video.
Choice. It's the best part of being a real person, but if used incorrectly can also be the most dangerous. For example, in this scenario, a hypothetical real person named Rupert has a choice. He could invent a machine that eliminates food shortages across the world to make life better for all people. Or he could spend years of hard work forgetting how to read. Which choice would you make? Remember that
I would
in
forget how to
life,
read.
the
That sounds
real
awesome.
world makes sense, and at no time should you make a choice that does not conform to rational logic. If you find yourself speaking with a person who does not make sense, in all likelihood, that person is not real. Allow the person to finish their thought, then provide an excuse why you cannot continue talking. Turn to a partner and practice saying, "My goodness, is it 4:30? I'm supposed to be having a back, sack, and crack."
A what?
Excellent. Making choices on a regular basis is the best part to a healthy decision-making process. Most medical professionals recommend making at least 8 choices per day. Do you make more than 8? Less? And finally, if you begin to wonder if your choices are actually meaningful and whether you'll ever make a significant contribution to the world, just remember that in the vast infiniteness of space, your thoughts and problems are materially insignificant, and the feeling should subside. At this time, your instructor will guide you in an exercise to test and reinforce the material covered in this video.
Uh-huh. Okay.
Ah, welcome back. You may have noticed that this room has begun to deteriorate as a result of narrative contradiction. But not to worry.
Sure it
Now that you're
has.
properly informed on good decision-making, we're going to revisit a choice you made just a few minutes ago and see what the correct thing to do would have been. This way, please.
What if I don't? Love when instructional videos in a transatlantic accent are used as a way to show that their contents are kind of philosophically nonsense. Yeah. I mean, that's kind of like actual real propaganda from the 1950s. Like that's just what a lot of American propaganda looked like. Like literally. And a lot of them told you very bad, wrong things. So now it's just visual shorthand for being told something that's bullshit.
Now that we know your choices are meaningful, we can't have you jumping off the platform and dying. Imagine the main character dying senselessly halfway through the story. That story would make no sense at all. We just need to get you home as soon as possible before the narrative contradiction gets any worse. Unfortunately, it seems this place is not well equipped to deal with reality.
That's interesting phrasing. Yeah. I feel like this is very much about, players being allowed to make choices that, developers didn't expect, right? And the kind of hand-holding that happens when developers try to prevent that, I think. Game developers, yeah. I'm not going backwards through this hallway. It's weird.
Almost there. You'll take the door on the left, back to the correct ending, the story will have resolution once again, and you'll be home free in the real world. Now remember, all you need to do is behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back in the other direction. Perhaps we're not too late.
This is really cool.
Oh, it's ruined. I can't believe, after everything we talked about, that my story, you've destroyed my work. Why? For what? What did you get out of that? What did you think was so special about seeing the game undone, left here like so much garbage? It's worthless now. And what am I supposed to do? Even if there were a way to continue, would it be worth it? To know that my story is now incorrect?
I'm gonna go there.
Back to that. I can't erase that knowledge. I'll have to live with it forever, reliving its impossibility forever. I couldn't live that way. Is it better to shut the game down entirely? To willingly destroy all of my work? I don't know. What's the answer? What do I do? What do I do? What do I...
Everything is
No,
okay.
I have to shut the game down. I have to. I have to.
Hello, beginning of Portal 2.
Oh, I'm here. I'm still here. Here in this pile of rubbish. With you. You. Who thought you were so clever. Now look where we are. My entire game is destroyed. It was the only thing in the world that was mine, and you've run it into the ground. What, did you think that would be funny?
Yes.
You just had to see?
Yes.
Didn't I impress upon you how important it was to be like Stanley? He actually knows how to do what I tell him to. He understands that if I say to do something, there's a damn good reason for it. That thought hadn't even occurred to you, had it? That there's a world outside of you? You're a child.
And baby.
My story.
To be fair,
If
it
you'd
is
just gone
funny.
through the door on the left, you would have seen it. There was a whole underground facility. You would have destroyed it and been victorious. It would have been so perfect. I worked so hard on it. I tried so hard to make... behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back. Behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Oh, no pushback?
No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back. Behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly
God,
and
this
always
is
putting
so
the story
weird.
first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Let me in! Let me in!
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
No. No, you can't do this to me. You can't do this to me. I'm not even allowed in there? If I go back. I'm never allowed to open doors for myself in this game. I'm never allowed to open doors for myself in this game. They have to be open. And if I close them myself, they're just dead. This is like the only door I'm allowed to open sometimes.
Stepping inside his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this, until he saw the door with a voice receiver next to it. Surely behind this door lay all the answers to his questions. And beyond all probability, he knew the passcode. He had seen it on his boss's computer just last week. Night Shark 115. Was this the code to open the door? Would it still work? There was only one way to find out. Stanley had been trained never to speak up, but now he would draw from within himself the courage to face the unknown. He drew a sharp breath and then spoke the code. Stanley spoke the code. Night Shark 115. He spoke it into the receiver, right there on the wall.
Can't speak.
I'm sorry, is there a problem?
Night Shark
You
115.
didn't mishear me, did you? Please speak the code into the receiver. Otherwise,
I
you
am
can't
the
get on
most
with the story.
expensive
This is
boss.
a crucial step. Okay, fine, you're not going to do it, but you know what? It's pretty humiliating to bring you this far, only for you to suddenly decide you have better things to do. I asked you for this one single thing, for your respect. The kind of respect Stanley shows for his choices. He knows what it means to take a story seriously. If you didn't want to see what I had to show you, then why did you come here? You had a choice, you know. You could have gone through the door on the right. You could have done whatever the hell you wanted over there. Why did you come this way? Speak. Say something to me. Explain yourself, you coward. You... When Stanley came to a set of two open doors, he entered the door on his left.
No, don't do it, Stanley.
Stanley? Hello? Are you... Is everything okay? Stanley, please. I need you to make a choice. I need you to walk through the door. Are you listening to me? Can you hear me? Is everything all right? Stanley, this is important. The story needs you. It needs you to make a decision. It cannot exist without you. Do you understand me? Whatever choice you make is just fine. They're both correct. You cannot be wrong here. We can work together. I'll accept whatever you do. I simply need you to take that step forward, please. Choose. Do something. Anything. This is more important than you can ever know. I need this. The story needs it. So, you hear me? Are you there? Are you listening to this? Stanley, are you there? Okay. It's okay, I can wait. You need time to decide. Time to make sure your choice is correct. That is the best choice. That's all right. I'll wait for you to decide what's the right thing to do. Take as much time as you need.
Very interesting ending. Wow. Hmm. An unnamed ending where the player lands safely on the warehouse floor. How do you do that?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I think that last ending is very interesting. I think it's sort of about how games railroad you, right? Like literally gating off an area where you can make a lot of decisions to make sure that you stay on path and play the correct one, sort of. Right. I don't know. Okay.
When Stanley came to a set of two
There's a
open
lot
doors,
more
this was
endings
not
in the
the correct way
warehouse
to the
to
meeting room,
access.
and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Hmm.
And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
There's something else here, isn't there? It also seems like it's about how the player's decisions themselves may not matter, but the work needs you to interface with it. Yeah. It's about unplugging the fucking it's about unplugging the phone, and then the game is like, okay, well, we can't fucking continue now. You know that, right? Okay. I think I fucked something up. I don't know. There's an
Someone was
ending.
following Stanley. He was sure of it. If he checked over his shoulder now, he would surely catch them. It was only a matter of time.
Fuck off! Mean to me.
When Stanley came to a set of two open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Like, the incorrect ending is about how sometimes you make choices that just break the game,
Stanley was so
and now you
bad
can no
at
longer
following
interface with it.
directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Okay, so somewhere in here, there's a vent I can access, I think. And that'll bring me to a new ending. Or I can somehow figure out how to safely land in the warehouse somewhere. Um... Oh my god, it's so close I can almost taste it. end up on there. Climb at your own risk. There it is. I watched Innuendo Studios' video on the beginner's guide, and he talks a lot about. It talks a lot in that video about how art is a multi-layered conversation. I think that ending was about a lot of that. Yeah. Like, yes, you can make any decision you want in a video game, but sometimes the work, simply put, needs you to engage with it in a certain way for it to make sense. If you unplug the phone, you break the ending, you can't complete the work anymore. The game breaks down, literally. And now you can't get the ending. Weird.
Stanley had now gotten himself so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun
Narrator
so far off the
dialogue.
beaten path that it seemed the office had begun so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun so far off the. You didn't think I was actually just a recording, did you?
Oh, fuck
What a silly
you.
and trite explanation that would be. All the back and forth between you and me, all the absurd adventures we've been through, and it all turns out I'm just a tape recording? It was all just in Stanley's head. I bet that's the kind of twist you think is revelatory. I bet each and every time you watch a movie where it turns out all to be in the main character's imagination, you must absolutely bolt off the couch in pure shock at the phenomenal and intricate storytelling. It must be so simple to be you. Life being an unending waterfall of surprises and delights. How much more exciting you must find the world than the rest of us do. Now I've become sad. Look what you've done to me. This is all your fault.
Okay. That one feels like a companion to the, like, it's all a dream ending, right? Kind of. Like, ooh, there's like a fun secret you can uncover, and it turns out to have all been this. It's kind of making the same point, I think. About like a secret revelation. It's the Ash Ketchum coma theory again.
All of his co-workers were... Wait, no. This isn't the right office, is it? Is this Stanley's office? When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. But in his eagerness to prove that he was in control of the story and all of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
There's supposed to be an ending for
Stanley was
somehow
so bad at following directions,
safely
it's incredible he
making
wasn't
it
5
down.
years ago.
And I feel like there has to be a way to do it. I do have a second idea, which involves taking that lift and then landing specifically on the railings to then try to land on the trucks. But it doesn't feel like it closes any distance, you know? Not much. I'm gonna try it anyway.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please.
Oh,
Really?
oh.
I was in the middle of something. Do you have 0 consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance. But in his eagerness to prove that he is
Nope,
in control
okay.
of the story and no one gets to tell him what to do, Stanley leapt from the platform and plunged to his death. Good job, Stanley. Everyone thinks you are very powerful.
Yeah, I've done that one. That one looks fun. Hmm. No, I think I've done most of the endings. Ah,
But Stanley simply couldn't handle the pressure. What if he had to make a decision? What if a crucial outcome fell under his responsibility? He had never been trained for that. No. This couldn't go any way except badly. The thing to do now, Stanley thought to himself, is to wait. Nothing will hurt me. Nothing will break me. In here I can be happy forever. I will be happy. Stanley waited. Hours passed, then days. Had years gone by? He no longer had the ability to tell. But the one thing he knew for sure, beyond any doubt, was that if he waited long enough, the answers would come. Eventually, someday, they would arrive. Soon, very soon now, this will end. He will be spoken to. He will be told what to do. Now it's just a little bit closer. Now it's even closer. Here it comes.
awesome. What if I just do it again?
But Stanley simply couldn't handle the pressure. What if he had to make a decision?
Okay, it's exactly the same. Let's see. 434.
How long was I sitting there? Stanley wondered to himself. Minutes? Days? Centuries? Did something crucial happen while my senses were turned? He made a note to be more careful with time from now on.
Oh, wow.
At first,
Cool.
Stanley assumed he'd broken the map until he heard this narration and realized it was part of the game's design all along. He then praised the game for its insightful and witty commentary into the nature of video game structure and its examination of structural narrative tropes. So, now that you're here, what do you think? Isn't this a fun and unique place to be? Why don't we take a minute just to drink it all in? Okay, I'm over it now. What do you think? Are you sick of this gag yet? Ah, then in that case we'll continue. But now, here comes the real question. What do you think would have happened if you had told me that you wanted this to stop? Do you think it would have been particularly different? Would I have taken the same idea but rephrased it superficially to fit that answer? Perhaps you never would even have thought of it if I hadn't brought up the issue in the first place. Oh, now think about it. Will it be worth it for you to restart and then come back here just to do the other option? Clearly, this whole gag takes some time. What if the other option is even longer? How long will you spend in total just to have heard all the narration? Oh, and this is rich. Perhaps you've just played the other option, and now you've come to see what happens in this one. So, what do you think? Which choice was the better one? Imagine if you had selected continue on your first playthrough, how tantalizing it would be not knowing what happens when you pick the other option. Indeed, you are one of the lucky ones. Though if the other option is really miserable to listen to, then perhaps you're not. In fact, I'm just going to say that no one who's listening to this is lucky. Well now, I've built up the other option so much that I'm going to stop talking and leave you to your decision whether to come back here, continue with the game, or just sit in this spot forever and ever. Cheers.
This one's fun. Very much about like exhausting a game of its options, right? Like doing everything, finding every secret, every bit of content there is in the game. Is it fun? Are you sick of this gag? No, I want more. I want more. This is a really cool room. I like this visual. Oh, it's like eyes. It's following me. Um, let's see.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
What the fuck? There was definitely a person there, right? Yeah. Game's haunted. Game's fucking haunted.
No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
No, I just saw a person. Definitely. What the fuck? Oh, that was fucking creepy. I'm realizing that last time he did make a gag about like, oh, if you checked over his shoulder, you'd see another person standing there, and then like there's another person. There's more people in this office. That's terrifying. Reminds me of the game Super Liminal. Still want to play that at some point. What was I doing? There was something I was doing. Open door 426 in the blue office. Nice. Okay, I think I've mostly exhausted the game's normal endings. Let's...
Oh, new content? What does that mean, new content?
Exciting. So this was added to the deluxe version years after the original release.
Hello, and thank you for playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. As you may know, the Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home computers. After receiving critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, a reimagining of the game for consoles and home computers. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content that broadens and expands the world of the Stanley Parable, delighting audiences the world over. Please, step inside and see what thrilling new adventures await in the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Oh, well, this sounds delightful. I'm very excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content.
Notice how everything still, like, sucks shit. Like, this environment is beautiful, but it's grimy.
Okay,
I can
so far it's an
fucking smell the
Nothing
dust.
special yet, but I'm sure it's just the beginning of a mesmerizing adventure. Is it broken? What's going on here? Should we be moving somewhere or... Oh, there we go. All right, finally, at long last, it's on to the new content. I've never been more ready. Let's do it. I have to say, initial impressions of Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, mostly tedious. It's as if Oh, okay. Let's see the content. Gimme the content, Stanley.
I'm really good at creating environment that's breathtaking and all. That's what I'm fucking saying. Like, this is backrooms shit. This is so beautiful. Look at this. Look at this environment. It's beautiful. And it sucks. Like, if you take away the narration and you're just going through this environment on your own in the quiet, it'll be so fucking eerie.
All right, let's see. It's the jump circle.
Oh, finally. Okay. That's what the jump button was for, I guess.
Is that it?
Yes.
Surely that's not all the new content. There has to be something else, right? Goodness, another elevator. Stanley, I have to say, initial impressions of this game are not positive. It's just elevators and jumping. Is this what passes for exciting new content? If this is new content, then I could just read you the whole dictionary. There's 20 hours of new content right there. Hell, I could count to 30 trillion. You could put that on the box. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, now with over 1,000 hours of new content. And oh wait, there's more. Very good.
Awesome.
I knew there had to be something else. Let's see it. I'm ready for whatever it is. That's it? Oh, you've got to be kidding me. You see, Stanley?
That's
This is what
great.
happens when greedy video game developers with no respect for their fan base rush a cheap expansion to market for no reason other than to make an easy dollar. And don't get me started on the level of craftsmanship that's gone into it. In fact, I'm looking right now at the game's achievements, and it's hard to believe one of them actually says, "Test achievement, please ignore." What quality assurance department signed off on this? I'm infuriated and I'm offended, and I intend to find these people on Twitter and hold them personally accountable. It's my fault, Stanley. I built up too much anticipation around the new content, I'm afraid. It could never have lived up to such expectations. If you're still with me, why don't we just reset the game, and we'll try to get back to what the Stanley Parable is really about. No frills, no gimmicks. Just you and me having a great time together like always. What do you say, friend?
Sure. I'm gonna go get another drink. I will be right back. Oh, it's very different. uh... Okay, this is turning out to be one of my longer streams, because this game just does not stop fucking being interesting. Um. All right. Me and my 7 beautiful viewers trucking onwards.
Stanley, come over here. In the vent. I want to show you something.
Nah.
Oh, you don't want to see the cool surprise I made for you? Well, fine. You're a dork anyway, so who cares?
What's happening?
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting
What
room,
is
and Stanley knew
happening?
it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door.
What is happening? It's normal again.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. But in his eagerness to prove that he is in control of the story and no one gets to tell him what to do, Stanley leapt from the platform and plunged to his death. Good job, Stanley. Everyone thinks you are very powerful. Psst. Stanley, come over here. In the vent. I want to show you something. Okay, you remember how cheap and unsatisfying the new Ultra Deluxe content turned out to be? Well, it got me thinking about the past and how much better the Stanley Parable used to be. So I made something special and tucked it away here where the game's developers won't find it. Just our little secret. Take a look.
Okay. I like the office worker gothic.
I call it the Memory Zone. It's where I've been storing all my favorite memories so I can relive the peak experiences of my life whenever I want. Experiences like the launch of the Stanley Parable on PC. You see, Stanley, doesn't the Memory Zone remind you of how wonderful Stanley Parable was before it was sullied with a cheap re-release? Remember back in October of 2013, when the game originally launched? Back then, video games had integrity. Back then, it all meant something. Oh, the waste.
Fuck off. I still can't open doors. Okay. I love how sepia toned everything is in here. Oh my god. Nothing too colorful. Our first kiss, my first car, the release of the Stanley Parable in 2013. Amazing. The original remake. A smile because it happened. A trip down memory lane. $1. Don't pay for 5 years. Okay. Film and television arts. Uh-huh. New video game releasing today! Creators surprisingly down to earth. Rutgers goes from scandal to new crisis. Colleges show uneven effort to end world war. Costs hinder new tech to achieve diversity. Business leaders pushing election of council allies. 50% off designer hat, but a small creature owns the other half. Stanley Parable deals tough choices. I mean, this place is a gorgeous place to be. Oh, I can't sit on the benches. That's French.
Je me remémore les jours où je t'ai rencontré, mon amour.
There's a piano there.
Mais ici, c'est aussi où je me souviens de la sortie de The Stanley Parable.
Oh my fucking god.
C'était en 2013, un très bon jeu vidéo. 2 mois après, les journaux, mon amour.
I'm like still fucking losing it.
And over here is where I keep reviews of the Stanley Parable. Like this stunning triumph of games journalism, 10 out of 10 from Destructoid.com. James Stephanie Sterling writes, and I quote, "Where so many games that aspire to be more than games end up less than any form of art, Stanley Parable strives and then succeeds to be every game ever created." Did you hear that, Stanley? Every game ever created. That's how grand and all-encompassing the original Stanley Parable was. It was literally every game ever created. It was Skyrim, it was Persona 3, it was all of them, and now it's nothing. It's no games at all. It isn't even the Stanley Parable anymore. It's just a husk now. A lifeless husk with an hour of new elevator content.
Oh my fucking god. Oh, this game is so fucking good. Close the fucking doors. What is this? Maintenance, okay. This is where I keep all my beautiful memories. James Stephanie Sterling called it every game ever created. It's literally every game ever created. That's how good it was. Fucking blurry picture of Stanley. Fucking hell. The end is never the end is never the end. I do like that phrase. I like it. The way it can infinitely repeat itself. And, like, the sentence never has to end. Oh my fucking god.
Here's another moving passage, this time from GameSpot.com. The Stanley Parable is both a richly stimulating commentary on the nature of choice in games and one that offers some of the most enjoyable, surprising, and rewarding choices I've ever been confronted with in a game. 9 out of 10. Don't you get it, Stanley? The game was perfect. It didn't need anything else. It didn't need new content. It just needed to be left alone, to spend the rest of time collecting dust in the hallowed hall of beloved video game memories.
Fucking pedestals. Literally, the game is being put on a pedestal. Literally, the things that the games are made of are being put on pedestals. You're fucking me. You're fucking me, narrator.
These were simpler times, Stanley. But I wouldn't give to go back, to have it all over again. Wait, hang on. I don't recall this part of the memory zone before. What's this? What's down here? Oh no. Oh God, no. Stanley, it's a collection of reviews from Steam, the online video game distributor. I haven't looked at these in years. I can't even imagine what's been collecting down here. Surely these reviews were glowing as well, weren't they? Honestly, I could not be bothered to play this game to full completion. The narrator is obnoxious and unfunny, with his humor and dialogue proving to be more irritating than entertaining. Unfunny! I'm trying to be funny.
Oh, fuck.
I'm trying to make a serious work of art. I suppose I could write up a handful of gags to insert into the Stanley Parable, but the game is already such a densely layered web of profound philosophical
This is a
insights
positive
that
review.
I can't
There's
even imagine where I'd have
positive
to
reviews here
start.
too. One guy called you unfunny. Or girl. Or they. We don't know. For sure. Oh my god, this game continues to be the funniest fucking thing. Oh my god. Couple more negative reviews, all faded, impossible to read.
Okay, let's see what this one says. While the idea for the game is good, for someone who prefers non-linear games, this preachiness gets annoying fast. Preachy? Stanley? I'm not preachy, am I? You can tell me if I'm preachy. Honestly, you can. Oh, goodness. This is actually quite shocking for me. Well, to be honest, I had always thought of the game's dialogue as being rather terse to begin with. You can't know how much fluff I cut from the game to get it to feel as light and airy as it... Well, I always thought it did, but maybe it wasn't. Oh dear. What an awful memory to have to hold on to. These black marks on my otherwise unimpeachable track record. I feel like a failure. Like I let these people down. Perhaps the Stanley Parable isn't quite as sterling as I always remembered.
Fucking god, this is great.
What's this one got to say? You constantly have to stop doing anything so the narrator can catch up with his long-winded explanations of what's happening. I wish there was a skip button.
Oh my fucking
A
god.
skip button? Well, yes. Yes, I think we can do that. If I'm truly too preachy, then maybe letting you skip ahead for just a moment, surely it couldn't hurt. Not if it means we can strike these negative reviews from the record. Only positive reviews of the Stanley Parable. That's my motto today, and it's always been my motto. I'd do anything for the customer, Stanley. Yes, a skip button we shall have.
Gee, thanks.
And here it is. Go ahead and give it a shot. I'll pop you forward in time so that the second my incessant droning starts to bore you, with just the push of a button, you'll have zipped right past it.
This is not what I meant by skip
I've been
button.
asking for, and I'm very proud to have delivered. No more listening to me rambling on and on and on. No, 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 no. The Stanley Parable is a game for the people. And if the people want silence, then by goodness, that's what they're going to get. Well, don't sit around waiting for me to shut up. Go ahead and make me shut up. Here, we'll pretend that I've just begun an interminable monologue, and it goes something like this. The story and the choices, or what have you, and therefore by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably we all until the end of time, at which time everything all at once. So now you see, blah 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 blah. We've eaten too much and it can't be just yet. No, no, until 245. Got the logic of elimination working backwards. The deduction therefore becomes impossible. Oh, you're back, you see. You were only frozen in time for a few minutes, but it was plenty of time for me to deliver a long, rambling monologue full of unnecessary verbal flourishes and lengthy ruminations on the nature of choice in video games. Of course, I happen to believe it was perhaps one of my more profound such ruminations. Well there, sport. You really did catch me rambling on a bit, didn't you? But that's the power of the button. The minute I start to go off on a thoughtless display of self-absorption, it's right at your fingertips to go poof, and it's all
Anything
over.
behind
Oh,
you?
I can't wait to see what Cookie 9 will say about this, and whether they'll edit the rating of their Steam review, or at least change some of the wording, perhaps. To be honest, I don't even know if one can change their review in the first place. I guess I should become better educated on exactly how Steam works. Perhaps that would have been the smart thing to check on before I went about this whole exercise of making the skip button. Although I have to imagine that after seeing this exciting new technology at work, surely whoever it is runs Steam will instantly run out and implement a new feature to... Okay, welcome back, Stanley. Now, I should say that the amount of time the button has been skipping through is becoming longer and longer. That last one was, well, I want to say maybe 30, 45 minutes? It's not unendurable by any means, but it's, well, there's really only so much I can ramble on to myself about, I know. Stanley, please don't push the button again. It's been 12 hours.
Awesome.
You've just been frozen there. I don't know why the skips are getting longer, but they're really, truly getting longer, and my God, there's no way out of the room. Stanley, the door is gone. It's completely gone. I've looked at it from every angle. I've checked every one of those walls 1,000 times. Oh, Stanley, you're back. You're back. Oh, my goodness. I have someone to talk to again. Stanley, I think it's been a week. Or 2 weeks. I've been sitting here all that time. Just sitting here. Not a single person to speak with. And you'd think that that's just
some
how
reason.
it's always been, right? Me talking and you saying nothing. Would you think that it's exactly the same as always? Oh, hello, it's you. You're here again. Welcome. I have had time to think about you and about us and about everything we've been
About
through. I've
us?
had
Oh, that's so
much
sweet.
time, I stopped keeping track after a year. Have you ever sat down in one place and not moved for one entire year? Let me describe it for you. To begin with, there is only regret. There is only the turning wheel of missed opportunities. I felt nothing at all but regret for the longest time, Stanley. Days, months. I lost it all in a blur of the deepest longing to undo the past. And when that feeling had begun to subside, what took its place is what I can only describe as the collapse of every moment I have ever experienced my entire life. All of them collapsed down into a single instant. In that instant, I could see myself clearly, calmly, with a collected heart. It was an impossibly rich wellspring of both delight and disgust simultaneously. I was consumed by it. I could do nothing but wallow in it for what felt like an eternity, for what I now know was far less. You see, it was a revelation for me. It was unlike anything I had ever known. It was a
Narrator. Refreshing, I think. Wow, gone. Now I can appreciate the ambiance. This place is beautiful. This fire alarm went off? Okay.
But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant to speak to the human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed, they gnashed their teeth and said, entertain us. It wasn't enough. They had to leave a pathetic little thumbs-down review and make all of their pitiful demands. But then, he's talking too much, they said.
Wonderful. There's water dripping down somewhere. Oh, I think it might be here.
The end is never the end, 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 is never the end.
There's like a lot of water dripping down. Oh. This has just been leaking more and more, huh? How many years has it been? Never one telling me anything anymore. Oh! Oh, that's a lot of water damage. Oh, no. Outside sound coming through the pipes. That's cool. Oh my god. There's music. Yeah, he did tell me to pay attention to a fern on one of the routes. Oh. Come on. Holy shit, this fucking game. Like an hour ago, I was an office worker, I think. Right? I was like learning what agency in video games or something. Okay.
All of his co-workers were... Wait, no. This isn't the right office, is it? Is this Stanley's office?
Oh, this game is breaking my fucking brain more. Okay.
Oh, good. You notice my sign. Yes, I have something very exciting to show you. You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley Parable and about how roundly disappointing this ultra deluxe version has turned out to be.
No, it
The
was
original
incredible.
Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever the Stanley Parable 2.
Ah. Investor showcase.
Yes, you see, isn't this far superior to a measly re-release with
New
a few
mug.
minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many
No.
different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for.
No. We've got a new mug. The end is never the end again. Stanley Parable 2. What is this? Testing 2 printers at the same time. Fancy Apple computer. Those things run like shit.
Calling it the Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think?
No.
Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? But the Stanley Parable 2, now that's an artistic statement right there. It's future-oriented. It screams progress and innovation and long-term franchising potential.
Okay. Paste the sequel. Yeah, these have never worked. I want them to work. I can't believe they didn't address my criticism of not being able to sip a cold drink in the Stanley Parable. What the fuck is going on in this room? It's just blank. Still can't open doors. What? They're back. 2 doors. Oh my fucking god. More at the Stanley Parable. Better at the Stanley Parable. Win-win. Sequential mind share. Paradigm shift. Synergy. Brick and mortar approach. Envelope client-centric marketing. A color red. Leverage. Holistic value. 1, 2. Two of them.
Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be. But
Pepsi
let's
logo
take a
design
look at
moment.
some of the
Oh my
features
god.
I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. It'll all work itself out. Game development is much more of a fuzzy magic than anything scientific or logical, really.
Meeting plan. Scrum. Design pitch. Break. Pitch design. Number 2 chat. I guess they have the number 2 chat. Oh, these are hideous. 2 eyes, 2 ears, 2 nostrils, 2 arms, 2 legs. Who took the red marker? Me! God, this fucking owns. Stanley Parable 2. New features. There's a bus.
Here we are. Go on, try out some of the new features.
Office decorations, Stanley Parable reassurance bucket. Button that says the name of the player that is playing the game.
For the Stanley Parable 2, I asked myself,
There's 2
what do
doors.
players really want?
I
And of
instinctively
course,
took the door
first
on the
and most
right.
obvious answer is that they want to be individually recognized and validated as people. So with that in mind, my first addition to the game is this button which speaks the name of the person playing the game. Isn't that wonderful?
Jim.
Sorry, I should have clarified. Right now, the button only says the name Jim. But of course, in the final game, this button will say your name, whatever name that is. Here, let's have you role play as Jim to really simulate the full experience of
Okay.
this feature. Just play along. I promise you'll love it. Okay, here we go. Let's take a deep breath, clear
Yeah.
your mind, forget whoever you are, and simply become a person named Jim. I want you to imagine yourself living as Jim. Sleeping
Can I
and waking as Jim.
do it myself?
Falling in love
Yeah.
and being heartbroken as Jim. Seizing all of the world's possibilities as Jim. And as Jim, watching your dreams crumble into dust. Do you feel it deeply? Are you really, truly Jim
I'm really
right now?
feeling Jim.
If
I'm
so,
really feeling
please
Jim.
step forward and press the button.
Oh, I'm really feeling Jim. I am Jim.
Jim.
No.
Yes! You see? What a thrill! What a rush! That was you!
I could never be a man.
Do it again, do it again.
Jim.
Ooh, it hits even harder the second time. If this were the only new feature in the Stanley Parable 2, it would still be worth the money. Let's take a break from the Jim button. I'm too emotionally drained from all of this personal validation.
Jim.
Whoa there, cowboy. Sometimes a person can be too much, Jim. I'm putting the Jim button away. Otherwise, soon you'll start to lose all sense of who you actually are.
Jim.
Oh, too much deer to be a man. Name. Everyone's got one. Here are yours today. Oh, they're actual buttons. There's 2 doors.
I suppose I could allow only people named Jim to play the Stanley Parable too. That would actually save me the work of finishing this feature.
You heard Jim in the game. A button that says Jim. Please, no screenshots. A whole new office. Red is the new orange. The new updated ray traced, more of the same but in a good way sequel. New features, new content, new ideas. The jump circle, infinite hole. Oh, there's merch. There's a QR code. This t-shirt is the best new feature. I saw the new content. Reassurance bucket. Let's go down here. Oh my fucking god. The achievement. Pull a lever, receive your new achievements. No more steps. It just works. Get yours right now.
Now here's something special. You remember that broken test achievement that got left in the game on accident? Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the achievement. Yes, you see, you'll come to this lever, and when you pull it, the achievement will be given to you. It's as simple as that. Okay, perhaps I should have clarified. This is technology that will exist. Right now, the achievement is still fully broken. I'm not a wizard, Stanley, but I guarantee it will be fixed in the sequel to at last satisfy the hordes of ravenous fans all over the world who have been uproariously demanding this feature. Gamers, we hear you, and I promise it will happen.
Amazing. This is the funniest possible way to follow up on the Stanley Parable, I think. To become, like, entrenched in a game's legacy, you know?
What else? What other exhibits haven't we seen yet?
Can you find them? Can you find them? Can you find them?
Ah, collectibles. Now it's a real video game. In the Stanley Parable 2, you'll run around gathering up these miniature Stanley figurines. And what's truly innovative is that there will be no reward for collecting all of them. I don't want to stifle the intrinsic joy of watching a number go up. You simply collect all of them, and then you move the hell on with your unremarkable life.
Okay.
God, it really is the worst when you collect everything in a video game and then they give you a big fancy reward for it. Absolutely tragic.
I actually like getting rewarded. Free achievement. And this is the name, merch. Settings World Champion. Settings World Champion. Near the merch store.
Okay, I'll be honest, I haven't yet decided on this one. I think that in the new version, the office could use a bit of decoration. like balloons, but I'm undecided on get well someday and happy 12th birthday. Which would you go with?
Happy 12th birthday, obviously. Well, the babies.
You know, sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along. Get well someday it is.
Why? Okay. Okay. Fuck you.
Or actually, maybe I should have gone with... No. No, I've made my decision. We're moving on.
It's lame. My choices don't matter in this world. Jump circle.
You know what? Let's bring the jump circle back for Stanley Parable 2 as well. It's... Oh, wait. You already spent all your jumps the first time we saw the jump circle. Oh well. I suppose it can just be a nice decorative piece then.
Okay. Lame. That's new. How do I get up there? There's a map. There was a map. Settings World Champion. Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket. It should be opposite there, but I guess it's just on the map, but it's not there.
A common complaint of the Stanley Parable was that it was confusing and paradoxical, that it engendered a chaotic sense of reckless despair in those who played it. Well, I am happy to say that after much consideration, I've engineered a clever solution to this fundamental problem with the game. It's the Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket. You see, Stanley, anytime you're holding the bucket, a sense of calm and ease will fill your mind.
Oh my
and your
God.
heart. It's true. As long as you hold on to the bucket, the many disorienting contradictions of the Stanley Parable will feel perfectly normal and perhaps even comforting. You may even come to long for the gentle embrace of jarring cognitive dissonance while the bucket is in your arms. And to be honest, it's a much more convenient solution for me than actually redesigning the game to be less uncomfortable. Can you imagine what a pain in the ass?
Oh, I want it.
Yes, the bucket is the perfect solution. Come on, give it a try. Can you feel it? The glow of comfort,
Oof.
even in the face of crushing despair, must already be sweeping through your body. And in fact, can I say that I do believe the bucket lends you an air of charisma as well? I think that just holding it has made you the slightest bit more attractive as a person. The
Amazing.
benefits of the bucket seem to go on and on, don't they?
Yeah,
All
this is
this
good
and
shit.
more await you in the Stanley Parable 2.
Just pick it up. Okay. My bucket.
Does anyone give out awards for most enjoyable bucket in a video game? That really should be an award if it isn't already.
Ah, that's where the staircase is. Okay. Settings World Champion. There we go. Let me in. Fuck off. Okay. That's new.
An epilogue would be fun, wouldn't it, Stanley? Yes, it will go at the end of the, well, we'll figure that out later.
Okay. I think other than that, all there is the exit and the hole. God, this bucket is really doing its work. so glowy. Look at that. Hole like infinity. It just keeps going. Hole, more hole, infinity, science, more.
Stanley, here's an idea that I'm truly fond of. It's never been done before in a video game. This is, in fact, a hole that you can fall down forever.
Oh,
You can fall until the end of time, if you like. A stunning leap forward for video games as a medium. You see, isn't it wonderful? One of my more ingenious concoctions, if I do say so. Now then, since you've gotten to see the infinite hole, you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue onward. Now, I don't mean to be a bummer, but I do recommend you use the teleport button to go back to the top. Maybe do it on the sooner rather than later spectrum of things.
no. I like my hole.
Okay, Stanley, I don't know.
kind of
quite how
like
to
the
say
whole
this
life.
tactfully, but it's possible that I slightly exaggerated the infinite nature of the hole. Is it a very, very deep hole? To be certain it is. It's an extremely deep hole. I don't want anyone to say that it isn't an astonishingly deep hole. It is. Is it infinite? Well, that sort of depends on your definition of infinity. From one perspective, the infinite is merely philosophical in nature. It's more of a... Okay, well, good for you. You found the bottom of the hole.
Awesome.
You found me out, Stanley. I'm a liar and a cheat, and you're so clever. Look, I think the issue here is just that you're unusually fascinated by falling.
Yeah,
A
true.
normal person actually wants to fall infinitely.
I mean, it sounds kind of
I think that the
nice.
hole was as deep as anyone would actually need. Don't you put this on me. Maybe you're the problem. Look, things got a little heated there. I think we both said some things we didn't mean.
I didn't say
Why don't
anything.
we just put all this behind us and agree to just
New
call
mug.
the whole mostly infinite? If that works for you, then go ahead and press the teleport
Meaning at
button
2
to the top of the
p.m.
hole and we can move on. I'll just be up here when you're ready.
I like my hole. I'm gonna live here. I'm gonna play with the hole. With my bucket. Makes a satisfying sound when you walk. Okay, I'm done playing with my
Great.
hole.
Now, I'm very excited. Oh, for heaven. You see, I was right. The problem is you. The problem is that you like holes too much. Not normal. A normal person would have said, yep, that's an infinite hole right there. Goes on forever till the end of time. Don't need to see it all, but not you. Oh, no, 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 no. You have a weird sort of... Oh. Did the hole seem even shorter to you this time? I couldn't help but feel like you spent a little less time in there than you did before. I mean, admittedly, I didn't make an infinite hole, but I didn't think it was that not infinite. Well, I suppose once again there's nothing to do here. If you decide you've had enough of the hole, you can hit the teleport button and come join me up above. Had enough? I'm positively thrilled. I really do have so much more to show you,
Whee!
to talk about. And gosh, how could I have guessed? You're back in the hole. If this starts to become a thing where... Wow. Okay. Yeah. I'm starting to become extremely certain that the hole is not only not infinite, but that it's growing steadily less and less infinite. I suspect that I'm starting to hit the point where it's no longer feasible to call the hole infinitely deep, even by the lax overall standards for accountability in marketing. What's going on here? Stanley, I have no explanation for the uncertain nature of the hole's length. Here, let's try something. Let's pop back up to the top, and we'll see if it gets any shorter. Well, there it is. The shame of my lie has come to haunt me. Not only is the hole not infinite, but it's barely even a hole at this point. It's more of a concavity, or even a very aggressive divot. How is this still appealing to you?
Like
I know
my
you're obsessed
whole,
with holes, but at this depth, I just can't see this scratching the itch.
like feeling small.
Who am I to judge? You just do whatever it is you're here to do and hit the teleport button when you're ready to move on.
Yay! You like holes too much. Not normal. Oh, it's not working.
Teleport button not working? You sure? Well, I mean, I really don't have an explanation. It was working just a moment ago. Try it again. Still nothing? Well, I suppose there is one thing I can do to fix this. I'm out. Goodbye, Stanley. You couldn't bear to be away from the hole, and now you'll get more time with it than you could ever have asked for. It's a win for everyone. You get to be with the hole, I get to do literally anything else. Take care, Stanley. I hope you and the hole have a wonderful rest of eternity together.
Thanks. What the fuck? I'd like that teleport button. Actually, every pause button is a Roman numeral too. Just the two of us. We can make it if we try. Just the two of us. Just the two of us. Not yet. I'm still enjoying this.
Oh, good, you're awake. It seems you had sort of dozed off there, drifting away into dreamland. Stanley, because this hole is just so darn fascinating that I want you to be wide awake for every second of it. You don't want to miss a single moment. So how about if I just pop in from time to time and wake you up to keep you really truly focused on the whole? From the looks of things, you and I will have many, many years here in this hole, and I'm looking forward to all of them. Stay alert, Stanley. I'll be back.
Yay! Okay.
Here we are. Go on, try out some of the new features.
Okay, I can't drop the bucket. I think I've basically done everything except the exit. So let's just go to the exit. Yeah, I've done everything. Jump circle. The jump circle was fucking lame. They didn't even give me more jumps. Or infinite jumps, even.
All right, have you seen everything you wanted to? Ready to move on now?
New mud. Different from the other new mud.
So, Stanley, what do you think? Do you like all of the new features? Yes, I know it's not exactly clear yet how exactly these features will come together as one single coherent video game, but I can feel it in my soul. It's going to work. There's definitely a good game in there somewhere. Say, let's do an experiment. I'll arrange these new features together, and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience.
I wanna go home again.
Are you ready? Here it is. I give you the Stanley Parable 2.
Oh, that jump counter's full.
Here, right? It's sort of... Okay, never mind. Hold on. Let me do a different arrangement. Okay, yes, this is much better. I feel good about this. Here we go. Version 2.
The jump circle is
Am I
the
kidding,
hole.
Stanley?
Oh, that's great.
This isn't a coherent video game
Oh,
at
there's
all. It's
two
a lot of
holes.
gags. And I do very much enjoy creating gags, but they don't add up to anything. I wanted more than anything to create a sequel that would capture all the magic of the first game. I wanted fans to love it. No matter how good these gags are, they won't stand on their own. They would need the structure and the gameplay of the original. Wait, maybe that's it. I can take the original Stanley Parable and simply, well, insert a few of my new features into it. Tastefully, of course. With respect. With care for the vision and integrity
Put the
of the original
hole
game.
in the office.
Would it possibly work? I suppose it could. But it would need a really, really tremendous title screen. A title screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, "This is the Stanley Parable 2. Let me see if I can whip something up. All right, perfect. Go ahead. Take a look.
Oh, wow. Okay. I like this a lot, actually. This is cool. Does it go anywhere? Oh, there's a door at the end of the hallway.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
The fucking bucket.
Stanley picked up the bucket.
Yes! Hold on, I have to find that one computer. Where is it? The one that the one that like counts up your clicks.
Stanley clung the bucket to his cheek. Could his co-workers really all be gone?
Yeah, I can't open that door. This game is very inconsistent about doors you can and can't open. Interesting. Like the one of two things you can interact with.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How insightful the bucket turned out to be.
Fucking god, this game just keeps giving. It really does.
Truly, being here with the bucket was a grand adventure. Stanley reflected on all they'd been through together. First, walking through the door on the right, then walking to the lounge, then arriving at the lounge. What a thrilling journey the bucket had inspired. Perhaps this was where the bucket felt most truly at home, here in the employee lounge. Perhaps it's the only place a bucket can even feel at home.
Oh my god.
But finally, the bucket was done being in the lounge, and they took the first open door on their left to get back to business.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift. Good,
Said the bucket.
now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
I really did, huh?
No, stop! Look there on the wall. You see, there's a sign right there. It says, "No buckets past this point." Stanley, how could you think it was okay to bring the bucket here?
Oh my god.
What if the problem is that you actually don't know what is a bucket and what isn't a bucket? I suppose that would explain a lot about your behavior up to this point. Which, if that's true, well, my goodness, I think we have to do something about it. This misunderstanding could have dire consequences on the entire rest of the game if not addressed quickly and properly. So much of the impact of the story is dependent on your understanding of what is and isn't a bucket. Please, step in here for a moment.
Okay.
Now then, I'm going to run you through some test scenarios, and you'll tell me whether or not the thing I'm showing you is a bucket. Simple enough, right? This should tell us everything we'll ever need to know about what is or is not a bucket.
Bucket
Okay,
ending.
let's begin. Item 1. Is this a bucket? Correct. It is a hologram of a bucket.
Fuck
Not a
off!
bucket.
Fuck off! Ceci ne peut be...
Item 2. Is this a bucket? Incorrect. It is a 3D printed recreation of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
But then it works as a bucket, right? Unless it's got like a hole in the bottom.
Item 3. Is this a bucket? Correct. This is a bucket.
How am I meant to be able to tell?
Item 4. Is this a bucket? Are you hallucinating? This is a tractor. It's an enormous machine that tills the earth. I thought this was a gimmick. How on earth did you manage to screw it up? Absolutely incredible. Let's just move on to the next one.
Okay.
Is this a bucket? Correct. This is a bucket.
What? You're not gonna explain that one?
Item 6. Is this a bucket? Trick question. Both. Gotcha.
What the fuck do you mean? I can't press
Wait, hold
both.
on, I can't find the next one. Let me see. It should be around here somewhere. Okay, you and I both know there isn't anything here. And I don't appreciate the implication that nothing is a bucket when we both clearly know that a bucket is something, and therefore nothing could possibly be something. Unless, in your twisted mind, have you somehow convinced yourself that a bucket is nothing? Answer me straight, Stanley. Do you believe that nothing is a bucket?
Nothing is a bucket. Yes, nothing is a bucket. No, nothing is not a bucket.
You know what? I'm too confused to even sort it out. I've lost all sense of perspective. What is a bucket? What isn't a bucket? Mere moments ago I could answer these questions with confidence. And yet now I'm somewhat adrift. Do any of us know what a bucket is? Am I a bucket? Stanley, I can't keep doing this. I'm losing myself, and myself was all I ever had to begin with. I'm afraid the bucket is threatening to tear our relationship apart. I can't have that. I'm sorry. But I'm going to erase all buckets from the game entirely.
No!
Okay, here we go.
My bucket!
What happened? Is everything gone? Why did everything disappear? Wait, was everything a bucket? Every single thing in the game was a bucket. My God, I had no idea. How could... Except me. I'm not a bucket after all. And you, Stanley, you're still here. You're not a bucket either. Oh, this is wonderful news. We're not buckets. Yes, I actually feel much more at ease right now. It's delightful to get some clarity on that issue, but it doesn't change the fact that we haven't got a game. So, tell you what, I'll reset everything and we'll put back all of the buckets, okay? And we'll know that it's all a bucket. But if you run into anyone else, maybe don't mention that. Who knows what that information might do to a person? All right, here we go.
Okay. Are the balloons still there? Yes. Okay.
Someone was following Stanley. He was sure of it. If he checked over his shoulder now, he would surely catch them. It was only a matter of time.
I think I gotta quit. Oh my god, I've been playing this game for way too long. So, what did we learn about buckets? Are we buckets? I can certainly hold things. That's the thing that buckets can do. I don't even know. So like clearly all that new content stuff is very much about like the legacy of the games Um, the idea of giving a game like this a sequel, the idea of preserving the original, preserving originality, and yet doing the same thing again. It's very strange. Um, I'm fucking tired. I'm gonna stop streaming. Bye, everyone. That was almost 6 hours. That's way too long for me. This game just keeps giving. Yeah, I'm not sure what to get out of the Ultra Deluxe. Can I? Yeah, in terms of player agency. Wait, the bucket is about changing how you feel about your agency, right? Like you pick up the bucket, and then it like changes the dialogue and changes slightly the context, the emotional attachment you have to objects, right? It's kind of like the companion cube from Portal, right? It slightly changes how you feel about the game, maybe. The jump, I guess, how you move through the game can also change your agency, but then it also limits how you're allowed to move. And that says something about agency, maybe? The name thing can also be a thing, how you personally relate to a video game through your name. It's very common to name yourself, to name a character after yourself. I do it all the time. Self insertion. But you're not allowed to be anyone but Jim. Very explicitly masculine, right? The default person is Jim. So maybe all those things do have something to say about agency and how a player relates to it. I really like the whole minigame. um, yeah, alright. I think I'm done. Good night.